Alright. I gotta stop getting on here uploading area so early, sleeping so late. I've gotta get a new. I've seriously got to work on getting regular upload schedule. This is doing a number on me and stuff lately, but Thanksgiving's coming up, so it should help me out. It should help my health physically and mentally better, as I've been in an interesting place lately. I've been going through a lot. It's not been good, so that should help. And yeah, so anyway, happy day before Thanksgiving, guys. Thanksgiving is Thursday, so not Thursday. Thanksgiving is Thursday. We have a lot to talk about. Including in the Middle East. I did not cover news going on in the Middle East with Israel and everything, and there was a big thing that came out yesterday with Trump and some other stuff, and I want to discuss that. Just wanted to let you guys know too that that I have been trying to record footage of SpongeBob Creature from the Krusty Krab, because I've been playing this game a lot lately, because I've been diving back into old SpongeBob games because I love SpongeBob. I grew up with this series and the TV show when I was younger, and it's part of my childhood, and I love this game. I mean, I love this series, and so I've been playing it again, and really been enjoying it, because I am going to play these, and I am thinking about trying to get the new SpongeBob Titans of the Tide game, possibly, maybe, in the future. Because I want to play it. I played the demo of it on Steam when it first came out, and it was pretty cool. And yeah. And I've been trying to get footage out for you guys, but every time I have been recording, it's just a blank screen. I never could figure out how to fully get it to show up, because I have been playing this on Dolphin, and Dolphin will not let me show footage of it. The other emulators work fine. I have been able to get them to work fine, like PlayStation, like PC SX2 and RC PS3, which is the PS3 emulator, and PSP, which is PSPPSS, I think is what it's called, was playing Power Stone. So, but I have been trying to get footage out of Creature from the Krusty Krab, because I am loving this game again, and I am enjoying it, and it is very fun. And it's a nostalgic blast in the past. I have really been getting back into this game, and I love it. Which I have actually gotten the other SpongeBob games and added them to my collection, to my directory database for Dolphin. So I will be playing the other SpongeBob games if you guys are interested. I'm probably going to be playing all of them up to when I get Titans of the Tide, which I am going to get that game. I am probably going to get Titans of the Tide. I am. I really do want to play it, so. But, oh yeah, I've been diving back into a lot of old nostalgic titles and games, and I've been playing a lot of old memories. Ready to Rumble Boxing, Mercenaries 2 World in Flames. Unfortunately, I can't play the PS3 version anymore, because for some reason, when I load up the PS3 emulator version of Mercenaries, which is PS3 version and 360 version were the best versions of the series, graphically and with weapon sounds. Those were probably the best versions to play. Probably. The PS2 version is good, but it's outdated. Anyway, it crashes. It won't let me load it up anymore. And so I thought maybe I'll just delete my saves or my save data, and maybe it will load up. Because if I start from the beginning again and try it again, because I really didn't get that far. I got a little bit into the game. I think I got to the part where you go to find Universal Petroleum and get the and you gotta go rescue that guy, or you gotta go help that guy that's burning all those boxes from Universal Petroleum, which I was playing in the PS2 version. I didn't even get to the part where you help you and Gregor to bring him in as a helicopter pilot for World in Flames. But anyway, yeah, it sucks. Really wanted to play it because it's probably had the most memories of that. Probably had the most memories of that version. I played that more probably when I had it on PS3 than anything else. But yeah, a lot of memories there. Like I said, I am happy they're bringing back Time Splitters with Rewind, so it's gonna be cool. But yeah, everything else worked. I put up Gauntlet 7 Sorrows. I had that working. Ready to Rumble Boxing. The Ready to Rumble Boxing. The bigs two, no. NFL Blitz, all those. But I couldn't ever figure out how to bring up footage of games on Dolphin, and now I figured it out. So I should be able to record it, put it up on the channel. Could never figure out how to show complete footage of SpongeBob Creature from the Krusty Krab, which I finally figured out how to do it. And I'll be playing more of that in the future. Because this game is very fun and holds a lot of memories, and I'm enjoying playing it. I also downloaded, I have been playing and downloaded Revenge of the Flying Dutchman, and I was trying to play Revenge of the Flying Dutchman on the GameCube, but it crashed. It didn't work, unfortunately, so I had to go find the PS2 ROM and get it there. And now I finally got it to work. Got Plankton's Robotic Revenge, I think is what it was, and a couple of others that for some reason will not let me unzip and open. Dead Rising Chop Till You Drop let's try that. Never played it, but I wanted to try it for some reason. Monopoly. The show, and MLB 2K13, which MLB 2K13 keeps crashing for some reason. I go to play 2K13 on the 360 version, I'm playing the 360 version, and it crashes for some strange reason. I don't know why. I was using my Xbox One controller, and then boom, it just crashes. It stops working. So I don't know why. And I can't seem to figure out how to get it to work on the. I can't seem to figure out how to get 2K13 to work with the PlayStation 3 one. But I'll probably figure that out. But like, it is not working. So as far as I know of, those are the only ones that work, and let me record footage. Um, but yeah, these games are fun, and I was thinking about getting Titans of the Tide. Uh, there's a Black Friday Steam sale going on till December 1st for a lot of games, so I might jump on that to see if I can get a good deal. And like I said, I need to get a new charger dock for my DualSense Edge controller. The charger I have is cheap and it doesn't want to work. The charger I have is cheap and it doesn't work with charging my DualSense Edge. When I use it for when I play with a battery. On PS5, I've been playing more on my PC lately than my PlayStation 5 though. Because I have been diving back into old games, playing on emulators. Been doing a lot of older titles, but I need to get a new dock just in case. So the one I have is very cheap. I picked it up from Second and Charles. I picked it up at a retro game store, which is it's pretty crappy. Pretty crappy charger. I mean, it works with my original PS5 controllers, but the Edge, which is Sony's Pro controller, basically that I bought about a month ago in October, it does not fit in the dock. Either it's too big or it has too much. It has too many pieces compared to the other controller that it won't fit. It won't fit. It will just it doesn't stay in there like the others do. So I'm gonna have to find a dock that supports the DualSense Edge, and probably more than likely gonna have to go to Best Buy or something to get that. But I need a new dock, so probably gonna go look for that on Black Friday or something. I don't know. And like I said, I want to get on some of these sales for games, and I might see if I can pick up a Nintendo Switch 2 or maybe or something like that. Maybe look into the Xbox Ally X. I really have no reason to have an Ally X because I don't play Xbox games. And I don't have an Xbox cloud account, and I don't have Game Pass. But the only reason I would really want to have one of those is to play Steam titles, and I have the Steam Deck for that. So I don't really need an Ally X. If I really wanted to play games, and I didn't have my console or I didn't have my PC with me, I would just take my Steam Deck, which works fine. Anyway, I don't know. I just think that system, that handheld or that modern handheld gaming PC, that's for a niche audience of people and for certain people that are gamers that like that. But it's for people that are primarily on Xbox. Like, they own an Xbox console, have an Xbox account. I mean, I have an Xbox account, but I don't really play a lot of Microsoft's games on PC. I don't play a lot of Xbox games. I have played them in the past, but I don't play a lot of Microsoft's games. I mean, I do want to play Outer Worlds 2. That might be an exception. I'd like to try to find that on a good deal, but anyway. Not really, because I mean, the Ally X is mainly for people that are on Xbox, Windows, and people that want to play, people that have the ability to play cloud and Game Pass and Steam titles. Like, I don't know. It's just it's $1,000 system for a niche audience of people that like a very powerful handheld system by Microsoft and Xbox, but it's really kind of for people that are Xbox people who want that experience and want to play on that for that. But like it's $1,000 for a niche audience of people that are like Xbox people or hardcore gamers that want to be able to have that powerful modern handheld experience with the Ally X, and they're on Xbox. But like if you have a Steam Deck or you already have access to PC, handheld PC gaming, it's no point to get the Ally X unless you really, really, really want a system that can play all your Xbox stuff and Steam with SteamOS. That's what that thing's for. If you don't own a Steam Deck, the Ally X is your next best option to get if you don't have the system. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I think it's just the Xbox Ally X is a gimmicky thing. It's a gimmick. And really, to me, I don't know. I just not really thinking about getting that, like, personally. If I get a new handheld, it's going to be a Nintendo Switch 2, or it's going to be something like that. I don't know. I thought about getting a PS Portal a couple years ago, but it never really interested me much. Because the PlayStation Portal was mainly a streaming device where you had to be close to your console at all times, and you had to be connected to the network. So you had to have a proper internet connection. You had to be close to your system at all times to play it. Now Sony has released an update recently where that's not as much of a problem as it was, where the Portal can now play games without having to be connected to the PS5, but it's still, like I said, it's still gimmicky. So I don't know. I think the closest you'll get to a handheld gaming system that's an actual handheld is a Steam Deck and the Nintendo Switch 2 and the Xbox Ally X, but it's not. It's for a niche genre of gamers. I don't know. I wouldn't pay $1,000 just to be like, oh, okay. I can now play all my Steam games. I can now play all my Steam titles on the Xbox Ally X with more powerful hardware and specs for $1,000 with SteamOS, when that's what the Steam Deck does. So, it's like it's just, I don't know. Like, I've thought about that. Like, who is the Xbox Ally X really for? And is it really an Xbox or is it a PC? Is this an Xbox or is this a PC? Is this a console or is this a PC? And who is this actually for? And who did Microsoft design this for with Asus? Who did Microsoft and Asus design this for? What consumer base and group of gamers is this thing for? Because in a sense, it's a very niche thing for $1,000, and certain people have them, and it's a good system, but it's for people who I believe don't have proper equipment for PC gaming or don't have a Steam Deck. Because SteamOS is already in the Steam Deck, and it's going to be in Valve's future hardware too, with this new Cube thingy that they're working on. This new Cube thing that they built, this new Cube console thing. But I'm like, Xbox Ally X, I don't know, $1,000 for mainly Xbox games, and then SteamOS, which that's what the next Xbox console is going to be. It's going to be a system that plays all Xbox titles free online and has SteamOS built into it, which I don't know, man. It's just the Xbox Ally X is just very gimmicky thing to me. Like, you know, it's a handheld console. It has some very powerful hardware and nice battery life, and it's a good system. But it still has a lot of issues, and it's meant for an Xbox audience. It's meant for a Microsoft Xbox audience of people that I guess come from the Xbox Series X and S and want in a niche genre of people who want to play all their Xbox games on a handheld modern PC, a modern PC handheld with the Xbox Ally X with SteamOS built into it. Means you can play all of your Xbox games and your Steam games on one device, which isn't bad, but it's mainly for Xbox people, and you have to have an Xbox account, you have to have Windows, you have to have Game Pass, and anyway, there's a lot of factors that go into owning an Xbox Ally X, and only certain people, I guess, who on the side of Xbox who have all these things do that. But it's not your average gamer or person who likes video games is probably going to go to a Nintendo Switch 2 or just a console, like a PlayStation, like an Xbox Series X and S, or a PlayStation 5 or PS5 Pro. I don't know if they're going to pick up this Microsoft Asus device, which is Xbox Ally X. It's okay. I mean, it's a group of people that are on the go, don't have much time to play video games, and want to take this thing with them, and they want to play all of their games, including Steam stuff, on this device. And can do that for $1,000. You can play all of your Xbox titles, including Game Pass, on this device with SteamOS built into it, which means you can play your Steam titles too. But it's I don't know, it's just really gimmicky to me. If this thing is really worth it, because I watched stuff on it, and I'm I don't know. Thought about getting one, but then I'm I'm not really a person. I'm not really. I don't have an Xbox system, and I'm not really in the Xbox ecosystem, and I don't really have. I don't really have these resources for Xbox, and I'm I'm saying I don't really have all that capability that system can do, or stuff. In other words, I'm just not big into that Xbox perspective. I own a PlayStation, and I mainly have a PS5 and play PlayStation games, and I play PC games. It's I don't know, PlayStation 5. Not PlayStation 5. Xbox Ally X is meant for people that are into the big into the Xbox ecosystem. They like cloud gaming, they like Game Pass, and they like Steam on top of that. So it's not a bad system, but it's meant to be an Xbox thing. It's meant for Xbox gamers, with Steam built into it, which makes sense. Because most new modern handhelds, they run SteamOS. SteamOS has become a thing since the Steam Deck, and Valve uses SteamOS, so there are a lot of companies getting in on that trend, making their systems support SteamOS, especially Microsoft. So it's just makes a lot of sense when you look at it. But I don't know, it's an niche genre gamers $50-50, $1,000 for the Xbox Ally X. And that thing is cool, but if you just want to get it to play Steam stuff, either you could just get into PC gaming and get your own, get your own computer, your own gaming PC, or build it, and everything. Or you could just get a Steam Deck, which is more simpler because that's what that thing is for. It's for PC. It's for PC gamers and people that want to customize their experience and want to do whatever they want with the system. It's an open ecosystem with the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck is basically a modern gaming PC handheld that can do anything with SteamOS built into it, which still can play your games. The Steam Deck is pretty much for all that. If you want that experience and you want to play Steam games when you're not on a PC or on your computer, on the go or somewhere else, the Steam Deck that's what it was built for. It was built for access to everything for PC and to play Steam games and other stuff through SteamOS. So, I think the Steam Deck, like I said, and the Xbox Ally X are still on par with each other. I think they're still they're both really good, and they're both able to compete with each other. I think the Steam Deck and the Xbox Ally X are two of the best systems out there right now, and they're both neck and neck as far as some of the best systems. They're probably the best systems out there to get, because they both pretty much do similar things, except one supports all Xbox stuff, while the other one just supports an open PC ecosystem with SteamOS, which makes a lot of sense, but it's just, I don't know. Would I get an Xbox Ally X? It's a possibility. I mean, I like new technology, and I like to see what's going on with all that. And I do, at times, like my toys, when I look at stuff like, and everything. So, yes, I have liked to own the latest stuff when it comes to consoles and technology. I like to collect systems and certain things. So, I'd say I like to be a collector, because I've collected games for years from places, including retro stores and others. Like, I love to go to Second and Charles. That's one of my favorite places. And I collect video games and I buy old stuff from there. I have a whole collection of old titles. Mainly PlayStation 2 games, and I had PS3, but then my system broke and I had to sell it. My system broke for the PS3, so I sold all my PS3 titles. Most of them. Actually, I don't think I have them anymore. I think I sold most of them. Because I don't have the system anymore and I don't know where it is, and I forgot what I did with it. Probably threw it away or got rid of it because it broke. It didn't work anymore. My PS3. And I got rid of all those games. Primarily, when it came down to it. And I don't know, man. It's a possibility. It's like, it comes to it, right? I love my Steam Deck, and I don't plan on really. There's no other system like it out there that has been made, and it's very good. And I don't know if I'm going to get another handheld anytime soon in the future, but maybe. You can't beat that thing. That thing is really good and it does a lot, and it's very made by Valve. I mean, I don't regret getting it. I've had it for like 3 years, because I got it back in 2023, I think, after it released, and I've had it for like 3 years. So but it's just, I don't know. It's just. Probably won't buy another handheld anytime soon again, unless I can get a really good deal on it for like Black Friday or something. It just doesn't interest me. That the Steam Deck does so much stuff for me that I really don't really need another handheld. I don't need another device like that. But I have considered getting an Ally X just to try it out and see how it is. But I don't have $1,000, so unless the system drops in price to cheaper, I'm not buying one of those because I don't need it. First off, and secondly, I don't really have all the capabilities the system does with Xbox. I don't have like I don't. I'm not in other words. I'm not a part of those particular things that supports. Like I don't play on the cloud when it comes to Xbox, and I don't have Game Pass and stuff like that. Like if I had PC Game Pass, which I've played PC Game Pass in the past, I've played on PC Game Pass and I've tried it, but yeah, there would be a reason to get that thing if, say, like you play a lot of Xbox titles. You play a lot of Xbox titles on stuff, and you want a system that can run all that, which makes sense, right? But I don't know. Like, I've thought about getting one just to see it, just to try out to see how the specs are and the stuff inside the system, because there's some pretty powerful stuff inside of that thing for $1,000, and it's pretty good. Has pretty good battery life, and it's a pretty good system. There's some pretty nice stuff inside of there from what Microsoft and Asus did with that thing, but it depends. It's pretty good, but it's I don't know if it's I don't know if it's on par with the Steam Deck. I say probably like I said, both the Steam Deck and that thing are pretty like neck and neck as far as like systems. But I don't know. If I was gonna get a new system, I would probably get a Nintendo Switch 2, because that thing probably does better than a Steam Deck, and the Xbox Ally X I don't think supports what the Nintendo Switch does. You know, it comes with 120 frames per second with HDR and stuff like this. I mean, Nintendo did a really good job with the Nintendo Switch 2. I mean, and that thing can play a lot of modern titles now that they're bringing to it. It can play a lot of titles that the Switch didn't do. That thing is way more powerful than the original Switch and the OLED. But it's just like, I don't know. There's not a lot of stuff I want for Black Friday this year that I can think of. I mean, mainly games and mainly maybe try to get on some of these titles, see what's going on. And I need a charger dock. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna be into going out and trying to find a deal on one of these modern PC handhelds, because it's just my Steam Deck kind of does what I need it to do for me, and it works really well, and it's a pretty good system, and it's still really good. So, and it does a lot, and it's pretty much the system I need for stuff, because I'm primarily a PC gamer and with my stuff, and so I mainly just play most of my stuff on the Steam Deck. And then I have my Nintendo Switch OLED, which that works fine for me. So yeah. So like I've got a Nintendo Switch OLED. I mean, I rebought a Nintendo Switch OLED because my other one broke, and I really like Nintendo games, and you can't play some of these games on emulators because for some reason the Switch emulator doesn't work as well as other emulators. It's hard to find Switch ROMs, and everything. So I have a Nintendo Switch OLED, and I wanted to play it again, but man, it's just that's just the way it is. And um, yeah, I mean, and I've been wanting to replay old Nintendo Switch games because one, my other Switch, the cartridge reader was broken, and then two, the other one broke. The OLED broke on me. I lost that a couple years ago, and I missed playing Nintendo games, so I bought me a Nintendo Switch OLED. So yeah, I have a Nintendo Switch OLED for Nintendo exclusives, and I have the Steam Deck for PC stuff. So, in a sense, I don't know. I mean, I just like, in a sense, I just always been interested in the latest stuff, and I've always owned the latest stuff. But I don't know. It's just it just depends. Like, I have to look into it. I might. I don't know. I mean, I might just wait till 2026 until the new Valve Cube hybrid machine comes out. The new Cube hybrid console PC machine comes out next year. But I don't know. I mean, a Steam Deck and Nintendo Switch OLED. I mean, it just depends. I mean, when it comes down to it. And Switch 2 is probably worth getting, I'd say, more than the Ally X. And I guess if I really wanted a really good handheld, I wouldn't go with the Ally X. I would go with the Lenovo Legion Go 2, because that thing supports 144 hertz and it's a really good system. So I wouldn't get the Ally X, because I would if I was gonna play on a system that was really expensive and worth the money, and for that amount of time, I would want to get one. I would want to get a system that supports a high frame rate, really nice screen. Not to mention Lenovo runs on OLED compared to the Ally X. So it depends, but here I am going on another rant again, and everything. I actually need to eat me something since I woke up. The Lenovo Legion Go, Lenovo Legion Go 2, I mean, it just depends, when it comes down to it. I mean, it's your choice, but those are the best three handhelds to get for Black Friday. I mean, I know I talked a little bit about this yesterday, but, like, in my opinion, and like I said, I don't get paid by these companies. They don't give me anything. I'm not advertising. I'm not promoting things. I'm not a sponsor. They're not paying me. I just know what's going on here, and I'm just saying that this is what I think, and that is the Steam Deck, the Xbox Ally X, and the Lenovo Legion Go 2. But if you just want a system that plays games and is a pretty good system and much better than the previous edition with the Switch 2 is probably that system. Way more powerful than OLED, and the original Switch supports 120 hertz with HDR. Can play games of really good quality, and you still get those exclusive Nintendo games. The Nintendo Switch 2 is probably the best system. But anyway, I wouldn't mind trying to find a Lenovo Legion Go for a good price. If I could find one for Black Friday, I might buy one because the system looks like it's really good. Now that is something I might want. Compared to the Xbox Ally X, that is probably something I want more than the Ally X. Yes. And then there's the Nintendo Switch 2, which I thought about getting if I could find it. If I could find it for a really, if I could find that system worth of getting, I might get one. But I mean, we'll see. But you have to look at it like, I don't know. The Xbox Ally X caters to Xbox people and Microsoft people who, like the Steam Deck, want to play all their games and do all this stuff on this system for $1,000, including Steam OS, with a really powerful system. And it's Microsoft's first, and the Xbox Ally X is Microsoft's first dive into the handheld PC market. The modern handheld PCs market. It's Microsoft's first time diving into making a handheld modern PC, a modern PC handheld on the market this year. Because Nintendo's already got the Switch 2, Sony's got the PS Portal. And you got all these others, but Microsoft first chance diving into partnering with Asus and making this modern PC handheld for $1,000 for Xbox gamers that can play all of their games through their Xbox account, including Steam, is what this is. It's Microsoft's making their first modern handheld to compete with, say, like PlayStation Portal and the Nintendo Switch 2. But I don't really know if this thing's going to last. And I don't know if this thing is going to last and sell very well, because you have the Valve console hybrid PC thing coming out next year, so it might outsell the Xbox Ally X. But I don't know, considering that thing is going to be way more expensive than a... Well, actually, no, it's going to be on par with medium to middle range PCs, about $700 to $750. So it makes a lot of sense, but it's just, I don't know. $1,000 versus a way cheaper Cube hybrid console with the with Valve, I guess, is probably going to do better than Microsoft. I mean, you know. But I don't know. And there's some really good deals going on. I know Sony's got a Black Friday sale going on PlayStation, and there's games that are cheap, like Nintendo had a 99-cent sale going on for Capcom games. And there's a couple of games that I want to get for Black Friday that I want to play. Battlefield 6, Outer Worlds 2, because I really enjoyed playing the first Outer Worlds, and I loved Obsidian's version of Outer Worlds in 2019. That it reminded me of Fallout New Vegas, like they kind of took Fallout, what made New Vegas good, and they put a lot of it in Outer Worlds, which I really liked a lot. Uh, I hope they make a New Vegas 2 in the future, now that technically Microsoft owns Bethesda and they own Obsidian, because they bought them for like 750 billion. I don't know, I forgot the price of how much money they paid for to buy them as a studio. But Microsoft now owns, Xbox Studios now owns Bethesda and Obsidian and these other companies, Activision. So, but I've been hearing that we're going to get Evil Within 3 in the future. And of course, we still got to get, and of course, we still have Elder Scrolls 6 coming in the future too, which I don't know when that is. But, yeah. SpongeBob Titans of the Tide. Definitely, because I've been getting back into playing old SpongeBob games and diving back into my childhood, and I've really been getting back into this stuff and playing it and enjoying it and liking it. And y'all know what I mean, basically, and stuff, with emulators, and play a lot of the old SpongeBob games. I've actually thought about, like, because y'all have been doing a lot to support me lately, and my analytics have skyrocketed up, and I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I've decided to start live streaming again. I decided to maybe start live streaming again and interacting with people, like doing live streams. I don't live stream anymore because, like, I just got out of that. I haven't done that for, like, ever since I lost my old channel that I made 3 years ago, back in April. I've pretty much stopped live streaming because I had to start over, and I didn't have that big of an audience. So I didn't have a lot of subscribers, so there was no point for me to live stream. So I just made videos. But now that I feel like the channel is growing and doing pretty well, I might consider backing into live streaming for the future. Just to show appreciation to people, interact with my audience and people that support me and my channel. But yeah, just wanted to thank y'all with that. But yeah, that, I don't know. Those games. Haven't really had a chance to play Ninja Gaiden or a lot of these new releases. I've heard Expedition 33 is pretty good, but I have never played it. I just been busy, haven't really had time to play a lot of the new releases, and my life has been interesting. My life has been interesting lately in certain times with certain things, so gaming has been put on hold with my life and me trying to do certain things. So I haven't had a chance to play some of the newer titles, but I missed a lot of the game releases this year. Expedition 33, I didn't get to play Metal Gear, which I still want to play Metal Gear Solid, Delta Snake Eater, the remake, which I heard was really good. There's Black Ops 7, but I heard that game isn't doing very well. It's had terrible sales, and the player base has gone down tremendously, and the game is horrible, and people are dropping off like flies with it. They don't like it. They're losing a lot of players to Battlefield 6, and the game's just not very good, and people are not interested in Black Ops 7. It's seriously just gotten, apparently the game's Call of Duty's declined so much that the campaign at this point is just a clusterfuck and not very good. And they did terrible. Compared to Black Ops 6, which I never played Black Ops 6, so I don't really know much about it, it was way better than Black Ops 7. Black Ops 7 is just... it's just a mess and terrible, and people are just leaving like that. Dropping off. They hate the game. They hate Black Ops 7. And it's just terrible. So, I don't know, man. It just depends, you know. But, yeah, man. Like, Black Ops 7 has been review bombed to heck and back. It's doing terrible. People don't like that game. People don't like that game at all, including the campaign. It is getting destroyed and getting torn apart by other channels, creators, and reviewers. It's not good. Treyarch has messed up Call of Duty, and there are a lot of people that are mad about Black Ops 7. It is not good. It's lost a lot of players. It's dropped. It's one of the lowest selling games on the list, and Battlefield 6 is getting more players than Black Ops 7. In other words, Black Ops 7 is doing terrible. Since Black Ops 7 released in November, it is doing horrible. The numbers were pretty high at launch and when it came out in the beginning, but like in the last couple of weeks, it's done terrible and people are dropping off and leaving, and the numbers are dwindling and it's bad and people hate it and it's horrible and they don't like it. And people are just leaving the game like that. They're going back to Battlefield 6, which, yeah, I can see that. I can see that a lot. Because Call of Duty and Battlefield are two different genres of shooters, but if you want a realistic military shooter and you want that experience, you're going to Battlefield. So, it's just, you know, with Black Ops 7, it's lost its appeal to gamers since it came out, and it is not good. Call of Duty is dead, pretty much. And they destroyed it with Black Ops 7. There's no coming back from what they did. They killed it. They killed Call of Duty with Black Ops 7. It's dead. They killed it dead. It's dead as a door now. Or because, you know, Thanksgiving is coming up and we're about to have, you know, and we're about to enter into December. Dead as a door. What was it? Scrooge, Ebenezer Scrooge. What was it? The Ebenezer Scrooge movie. I can't remember that line. He was dead. Dead is something. Anyway. But it's funny. I was right. But yeah, Activision and Treyarch killed Call of Duty. Call of Duty was already not doing well, and it's suffered in the last couple of years, and it's gotten worse. But they were able to bring it back with Modern Warfare 2 and Modern Warfare 3 and Modern Warfare 2019, which was really good. But at this point, with Black Ops 7, they just killed the franchise. They pretty much killed it with going into all this crazy shit with Black Ops 7. So, it's just, you know, it's not good. It's not good. Not good at all. And I thought about it, man. I thought about, like, oh, you know, like, playing Black Ops 7, but then I'm 50-50 on it because I heard it's not very good, and I'm just not interested. And if I do get the game, I'm mainly going to get it for the campaign and zombies. So, I don't know, I'm just 50-50 on it. I'd rather play Battlefield 6. I'd rather get Battlefield 6 or SpongeBob Titans of the Tide, or I don't know, um, or Outer Worlds too. But yeah, I missed out on a lot of big releases this year. I didn't get to play Metal Gear. I didn't get to play Expedition 33. I played Where Winds Meet when it came out, November 17th. But and a lot of other releases. We're supposed to have Metro come out on December the 4th, and then you have Metro Prime 4, but I don't have a Nintendo Switch 2, so I don't get to play it. Maybe I can find one, but I'm not saying that's the case on Black Friday. But December 4th, Octopath Traveler Zero's coming out too, and you have a couple of games. I think Dragon Quest Reimagined, but I don't know if that doesn't come out till this year or till next year. I think it comes out next year. Stuff like that, I guess, But October. Thinking if there's any other releases coming up in December besides Metro. I think Metro Prime 4 is the biggest one. Maybe Octopath Traveler, I think that comes out. I think I've heard that comes out. And some others. Fatal Frame, no, that doesn't come out until next year. Silent Hill, I think that's already come out. Silent Hill F, I mean. Resident Evil Requiem, but that doesn't come out until next year. Silent Hill Requiem. Silent Hill 2 Remake. That's already released. But it came to PS Plus. October. I can't think of any big releases coming out in November, like to the end of November, except Black Ops 7, which just released. December. Yeah, I can't think of any big December releases except Metro Prime 4. But yeah, never got to play Metal Gear, never got to play Expedition 33. Was gonna play Ghost of Yatay, but I heard that game's done pretty well despite all the backlash it got, and it's pretty good, and I might consider picking it up and playing it, possibly, if I can find a good deal on it. Maybe even on PlayStation Store. Ninja Gaiden, I didn't get to play that one. Where Winds Meet, I played that because that was a free to play game. Didn't get to play Battlefield 6. Gosh, can't think of a lot of them off the top of my head. Anyway, yeah, so there's a lot of releases I haven't got to play. Death Stranding 2 on the beach. I haven't had a chance to play that either. I've just been so busy doing a lot of stuff, and schedule's been off, and I've been involved in a lot of other things. Missed some of these have missed some of these biggest releases. Yeah, my life has been kind of interesting lately, so I've kind of been on a weird thing with stuff lately. So gaming, I really hadn't had time to do much, and plus I've got to work on studying for my certification in computers. So I don't really have time to play a lot of the latest releases. I missed a lot of them. But I want to try to catch up on them maybe for Black Friday. Maybe I can get some good deals. Stuff like that. Dive into that. But I want to try to play those. Hopefully. And stuff like that, man. And it's like what I mean. It's like and stuff, but yeah, I came close to playing Death Stranding on the beach, Death Stranding 2 on the beach, but I never got a chance to play it. I think it's on PlayStation. I think it's on premium trials, or I think you can play a trial of Death Stranding 2 on the beach, but I just never I've never got around to playing it or downloading it. Probably need to download it because I played the first Death Stranding, but I never really got around to playing the second one. I heard the second one's pretty good, so. But anyway, it just depends. But I said Black Friday and stuff like this. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about that, and I'm gonna try to get if I can get a Nintendo Switch 2, I'm gonna try to play Metro for December. If I can't, then I'll just emulate it. Try to find a way to emulate it so I can play it. But yeah, missed a lot of games, man. It just depends and certain things like that. But I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna go over this DSP asmongold video from yesterday where they were talking, and then we'll get to the news and cover the biggest stuff going on with Israel and everything and stuff like that. And then I'm probably going to do some more SpongeBob Creature from the Krusty Krab because I'm really getting into this game, enjoying playing it. And then I've got to get things ready for Thanksgiving later. So I don't know how long I'm going to be able to record this because I've got I've got to get things prepared for Thanksgiving. So I'm going to go eat something, and then I'll come back and we will talk about this. I'll be right back. right.
Urban style individual. What's up with y'all? Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits, and if not, well, at least you not DSP. And I'm gonna state from the jump, I don't know how long or short this video is going to be. This is just me coming off the cuff. But collectively, I want everybody to just take a deep breath. Just relax. It's not that deep.
Yeah, he's really bad at Call of Duty.
And the overall sentiment of the community, and people have been clutching their pearls.
Oh, this is Black Ops
and
7.
dare I say, tripping a little bit. Just chill. We know Phil has no idea how to sustain success. You know, his solution to all his problems is just to beg more. And we know, based on his history, with getting boost in viewership and or income, that at some point he's going to squander it. You can go back and look at the quartering interview, which I believe was a softball interview, much like the asmongold one.
Yeah, that asmongold stream was interesting.
Didn't do much for him in the long term.
He pretty much told him, and he pretty much didn't tell him the truth.
You can go.
He said he stopped playing WWE Champions, but if he stopped playing WWE Champions, he wouldn't have to get on stream every day and ask his audience for money, and he wouldn't cry broke every time he got on stream, because he wouldn't be spending all that money on mobile games, on microtransactions in mobile games. So clearly he's still playing the game, because he's always saying he needs money. But he says, I stopped playing that game years ago. But I doubt he did.
Which I think was probably the best interview that anybody has ever done on him. And nothing much came from that either. And then you can fast forward to the
because they asked him, do you play WWE Champions and do you spend all this money on mobile games? And he said, I don't.
Casino Arc.
He said, I stopped.
He managed to squander that as well, because that's what he does. Alright? So even though he's experiencing some form of short-term success,
he basically
really
blatantly told him, didn't tell him the truth for like the whole interview.
Like it's an NFL playoff game, like it's win or go home. And it's not. It's more akin to the NBA Finals, where you have to win a series of games to actually win whatever the prize is. So did he win the battle? Sure. But long-term, will he win the war? I don't think so. So let me give you my thoughts on this so-called interview, so-called conversation.
Yeah.
Realistically speaking, I think it was a joke. And it started off...
the first half of the interview, I watched it too. The first half of the interview was okay. Started off pretty good, but then when it got closer to the end, it was just...
off halfway decent. I don't think at any point was it strong, or was he actually challenging Phil in any real way.
It wasn't interesting. After a while, I just stopped watching because I knew it was just like...
But the second they started talking about Twitch, it completely went downhill from there. And it never really got back on the rails at that point. And
he's saying he wouldn't come back to Twitch unless that new dude at Twitch quit. Yeah.
My question for asmongold is, why even post on your Reddit questions you would like people to ask him if you're not going to ask him? All Phil did was obfuscate and give you a ton of background information that was completely unnecessary, like he always does. And it appears to me that asmongold fell for it.
He's really bad at this game.
I might have misjudged asmongold a little bit. I thought that he was a lot sharper than he actually appears to be. And I'm sure in his lane he is sharp. But when it comes,
He seemed a lot more aware of things with what he in his area of expertise, but when it came to Phil, it didn't seem like he could understand, or he fell for what he was doing. Yeah.
to Phil, it's just surface
In that
level
interview,
stuff,
I
and
agree.
he has no real knowledge of Phil, and that's very obvious.
Yeah.
And what Phil was able to do was use that ignorance, put on his mask and his best acting shoes, and play a part. And for the most part, a lot of people fell for it. Now, just like PPP said, you may not fully understand why people have this issue with Phil, but if you continue to,
I stopped watching. I literally watched it, part of it halfway through, and then like towards the end, I literally just stopped
watch long enough,
because it was just a clusterfuck.
at some point it's going to click, and then you'll understand. Now, are things jolly for him now? Sure. It's always jolly when he's making money, but the second things start to dry up, the mask will slip. It will. So it doesn't matter how many subs he got, doesn't matter how much money he made. And I want to create this distinction, okay? The money that came in is money that he generated, but it's not money that he made. And I'm saying that because even though he generated all that money, where is that money really going to go? Is it going to go to elevating his quality of life or even his wife's quality of life? No. It's going to go into Scopely. It's going to go to gym. It's going to go to DoorDash. He's going to indulge even further in his pleasures. And as long as Phil has his gambling addiction, he's never going to break the cycle. It doesn't matter how much money you throw at him. It's not a big deal. And this is why I say, Craig from Side Scrollers actually was thorough. He did a really good job. But I think he was coming at it from a different perspective. He was using DSP to launch his new career or the new space that he was in. But for Asmongold, this was essentially a side quest. I think he was just doing Phil a solid, right? Because I think a part of Asmongold...
He thinks turning down his sensitivity is going to help his aim. Nah, bro, it takes skill.
He's morally right, and it was the right thing to do.
He can't shoot
right? Yeah,
in
I'm
this
talking
game.
about him. He reached out to me.
He's
the least I can do is
horrible
talk to that
at aiming
guy.
in this game.
Based on that alone, based on the
can't shoot where the
numbers,
flip.
we know that Phil was going to get an influx. It always happens. What it's about is if he can sustain it.
This is terrible.
Right? So, like I said before, I don't think
He
that
kept
this is
shooting at the
anything to be
ground.
tizzy about.
Wow.
I can understand how some people in the moment might be a little bit upset, but realistically speaking, I think you need to get over that, man, because we know what Phil's going to do. He's a creature of habit, and he's going to revert to those habits like he's always done, you know? I think realistically speaking, I don't know, a couple weeks, maybe even a month, and it'll be back to business as usual. Now, the interesting thing about that is he won't be able to blame him not being able to sustain this audience and or revenue on it being quote-unquote Keno Casino holdovers, right? Now, after the interview with Asmongold, he said that this was the best interview he's ever had. He got a fair shake, yada, yada, yada. Similar to what he did with the Side Scrollers, right? So, when things begin to dry up, he won't have nobody to blame but himself. Man just said just the other day that he's finally thinking about what people want to see. And in his mind, he believes people want to see him talk.
He should have done that a long
He
time
thinks
ago.
that showing
Yeah.
up alone is enough. That's what he believes. He believes as long as I have perfect attendance.
Instead of playing games, yeah. He thinks that showing up and chatting with his audience and just doing chill streams is going to help his case.
Now should just pass.
It's not.
So I say, man, a lot of you are already familiar with his antics and his ways. So in this particular situation, all you gotta do is just be patient. That's it. You already know how this is going to end, so there's no point.
I mean, Phil pretty much dodged around the point. He dodged around most of the points that he tried to tell him, tried to ask him about it.
I did. I thought Asmongold was going to use his team of researchers or whatever to dive deep into the lore. I did know that based on the time that he had interacted with him, I thought he knew more than what he did. I really did, but it became very apparent to me.
He didn't know as much as
of Phil. Not enough to truly interview him. It just wasn't. I mean, in the beginning, it seemed like some form of an interview. But
he didn't really study up on him when he came to
it
knowing
turned
about
into a
him when it came
conversation,
to doing a
boring
Q&A.
one at that.
It was,
I kind of had it on his background.
it was like a Q&A where he would ask him questions and he would answer and they would go over certain topics, but it didn't work out like that.
I don't know, it's just in case anything noteworthy happened, but nothing really happened, So I'm saying all that to say this. Take a deep breath, give it about 3 weeks, a month, or whatever it is, and it'll be back to business as usual, man. And I'll also say this. What Phil did is what he was supposed to do. Phil was supposed to go in there and try to perpetuate a narrative and save face and make it seem like he's the victim. And when you go to asmongold's comments, because he posted the video on YouTube, a lot of people are seeing Phil as the victim, right? But this happens a lot. Like when you look at domestic violence cases, oftentimes the person that calls is actually the one that's committing the
person that's the one that's beaten,
right?
yeah,
But
their significant other,
their story gets out there first. It takes some time for the cream to rise to the crop, so to speak. It takes a little bit of time for the dust to settle on these things a lot of times. So, like I said before, man, just be patient.
Yeah, he's basically playing victim.
It's not that deep. And at the end of the day, all this shit is a bunch of internet nonsense that we just having fun with, or we should be having fun with. That's all I got for y'all. Peace.
Urban style content. I'm dead.
Let me see. I'm gonna do another one and let's see which of these have I not done, and then we'll do
If you're interested in buying this chip, make a contribution and put the word chip into the contribution. Alright, I'm going to be honest, this is pretty valuable. I would say, at a minimum, this is worth $500. Because it has been not only in that video that was seen by tens of thousands of people around the world, if not hundreds of thousands, but also it's been in my background. $500.
Really, Bill? $500 for a poker
Urban
chip?
style individual.
He is greedy.
Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits, and if not, at least you're not DSP. And yesterday was definitely something to behold. I mean, Phil thought it was a good idea to monetize his addiction and chores. So let's get into it.
This is Review Tech USA's poker chip.
wait,
I still have it. I threw it in the closet a couple months ago.
I've already done
I had it in my setup for a while, and then I realized I don't need this. I don't need this at all.
Now, if you're familiar with DSP,
So I am their dad. I'm their provider. I am literally the provider for every professional detractor out there. I'm the only reason that there's food on their table on any given day. If I ceased to exist, so would they. Urban style individual.
what's up with y'all? Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits, and if not, at least you're not DSP. And this clip right here was so revelatory, man, because it gives us some insight into how Phil really thinks and the things that he tells himself about the things we all seen, because of course he recorded it. So let's get into the video.
That's actual slander, defamation, whatever you want to consider it. That I can take legal action against that person, sue them, win, have their channel taken down, and take all of the profits away from them that they made on their channel. Just on that one video is enough.
Not really.
Look how smug he is. So out the gate we get lawyer side Phil, right? And I'm not saying he's not wrong, but the reason that he's going to give for why he's not doing it is wrong. So pay attention to what he says.
Okay? But, you guys know me. I'm not someone who's going to be taking legal action against anyone. I'm just a normal guy who plays games and has fun. Alright? That's what it's all about.
So the reason he's not suing you is because he's a normal guy that just wants to play games and have fun. No, that's not true, Phil. Because we all know if you had millions of dollars, well, first,
He would sue them,
dollars, but if Phil had millions of
Yeah,
dollars,
if he had millions of dollars, he would sue half of his detractors and people that say things about him, that give their opinions.
you best believe he would go on a crusade trying to take down all his
He would
so-called-
get rid of all the people that are basically talking about him.
trolls.
Yeah.
Trust and believe, nothing but please some more.
So, I let it slide, and then people think that, because I'm a nice guy, because I don't take that action, because I don't want to cause a frivolous, endless loop of suing and nonsense, okay? That's going to be painful for everyone associated with YouTube in general. Because I don't want to do that. All of a sudden, it's open season on Phil. So now we can say and do whatever we want. We can literally lie, we take everything out of context. Here, let's take the one moment from Doom where Phil wasn't playing it like Doom because you're not supposed to, because it's a room full of explosive barrels, and say that's how he played the whole game and he sucks at Doom. Oh, let's take this out of context, let's do that.
But Phil, you can put things in context.
How is that out of
without
context?
uploading
You're
it
not
to our
you're
stream,
not good at
because we know
video
that's what
games,
Phil
Phil.
thinks- That's what Phil believes context is. That you're supposed to upload his whole 3-4 hour stream. No, somebody can contextualize things and still capture the idea or the essence of what they were trying to get across. Okay? People are astute enough to understand what's going on. They've seen enough of you that they can surmise what's going on based off a clip. Nobody has to frame or edit anything any type of way, bro. I mean, you acting like people need help making you look bad. It's easy.
And these people have not only made a ridiculous amount of money on my back, lying about me and saying these awful things, but also they've gotten tons of internet clout, popularity, likes, clicks, retweets on all their content. Okay? It's completely illegal.
Yeah, but how do you know that they didn't lie? How do you know that they lied about you? What if they did their research and looked into stuff?
100%. And it could be ended in a moment's notice, but I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not a frivolous lawsuit guy. I don't have the time and money to really be dealing with that. Okay? I just don't. I'd much rather sit here and make positive content for you guys. All right? So that's another
Positive
kind of troll.
content.
So either someone who outright wants to hurt someone just because they can.
Now, before he goes into this, we know this isn't true because even when he got a little bit of clout from Kino Casino, what did he start doing? He started going after who he believed his trolls were, right? He started lining them up. He started going through this whole weird apology, passion, sympathy plea thing that he was desiring apologies from everybody. It was so weird, man. It was almost like he had a fetish for it. So you can believe if he had more resources, that would be the first thing that he would do. Because it did not take much to puff Phil up. Come on, y'all remember the Kino arc? It didn't take much at all. You would think he had 2 million subscribers or something the way he was acting.
And get away with it, and somehow they get some kind of feeling of confirmation of existence and positivity because they hurt someone and they got away with it. Or someone who actually does it for personal financial gain, hoping to actually make a buck lying about something. Those are trolls. That's what I consider my trolls. Not.
I mean, it's entertainment about it's entertainment value, Phil.
Someone who watches Casino or someone else making fun of me and like, I don't care about that. Do it all day. I don't give a shit. I literally have not seen a single piece of Kino Casino or any detractor content.
DSP sort of gives me the feeling of like a person that goes to a comedy show and then gets upset and mad that the person's making fun of the individual and trying to be funny and entertaining. He gives me the vibe of that person who gets upset, shows up to a comedy show just to get upset for entertainment value.
In many, many months. I don't care. I don't pay any attention.
There are people that go to comedy clubs and somehow get pissed off. And they go there knowing good and well what they're getting into.
No, doesn't he?
Knowing that that's the reason why people go watch people at comedy clubs. To laugh and to be entertained.
I didn't really believe that. I mean, Phil, you've shown this not to be true countless times, dude. Okay, we already know that you adapt yourself to whatever you're watching or whoever you're around or whoever you're interacting with. We've seen it with PPP, right? So that's why we know you're watching detractor content, because the things that detractors say start to get interwoven into your own language. You do it all the time, dude.
Only when you guys bring it up on my streams that I know anything about it whatsoever. It's the only time, literally. And even when people, hey Phil, did you hear about this? I don't care. I don't want to know about it. I got my own shit, my own life I'm dealing with. I don't need to deal with their bullshit, what they're saying and doing. I don't care. Leave me alone. All right? And it's working. If you haven't noticed, take a look. Here we are. It's June of 2025. The arc is long gone, and I'm still doing good. I still got people coming, hanging out, engaging. I got people coming, supporting. We're hitting goals. Things are good right now. Better than before. Way better than ever.
And this is Phil retconning once again. No, Phil, we're definitely back to pre-Kino Casino days. That's a fact. Okay, there was a point in time where that top tip right there was called King's Tips. Remember that? Before it was even King's Tax and he was counting everything, it was just King's Tips. And he was expecting 200 a string. So don't tell me things are good. That's nonsense.
So, I'm good. So you don't have to worry. Darkside Dabbing and others who like to watch me, ironic watchers or whatever, I don't care. However,
No, that's the part I really I wanted y'all to catch. Now, he just said he don't watch the tractor content, but then he quotes the tractors. And he even puts it in quotes. My goodness, Phil. I mean, this is just too easy.
if you do come in here and you lark, and what I mean by that is you're coming in here acting like you actually want to watch, but you're waiting there in the wings just so you can just all of a sudden say something fucked up and disgusting and insulting. You're a LARPer. And LARPer, yeah, you're not going to be here long. If I notice it, you're going to be out.
Yeah, he just not
So lay
just
down
mad
the law.
about people
All right?
talking,
Cool.
people
Darkside Dabbing says, when I'm in the
criticizing
chat,
him.
I'm here for the chill vibes, whether ironically or not. You know, that's the thing. I get the feeling there are people who maybe don't necessarily, they're not in love with me and the things that I've done, but they still have a good time on the streams. They want to be part of something that's funny and entertaining. You get something out of it. Why else would you be here, right? I'm okay with that. I don't have to be your favorite streamer. Really, I don't have.
So, if you're okay with that, why do you keep banning everybody in the kick chat? I mean, my goodness, kick needs a graveyard. I mean, we all remember when PPP showed that ban list, right? That was many, many moons ago. Can you imagine how big it is now? I mean, my God, you can fill an entire military with that list.
Have to be. I'm cool with us just chilling and having interactive nights that are, you know, a good time for every once in a while. Someone took me $2 says, was the king snake thing not true? I have told you the truth about everything. Nothing has changed. Everyone who can't handle the truth has tried to spin a new narrative because they can't handle the fact that I was the smartest person in the entire situation the entire fucking time. I got exactly what I wanted out of it. I knew what was going to happen as a result. I knew it wouldn't affect me negatively. I didn't give a shit.
Yeah, like
And
the
I played it
asmongold
perfect.
interview.
But you don't have to believe it. It's fine if you don't. It still doesn't change the fact that it happened and it was true. So go for it and believe whatever you want.
This is the same energy that he had when he talked about not having WWE champions and not playing that game. Like, so you always think you're the smartest dude in the room, and that's why you never progress, because you act as if you can't learn anything from anyone else. Man, that's your problem. Nobody believed that King Snake nonsense, bruh. Let's be real about it. As soon as he said he was going to have Rich on, we all knew that it was going to be a dumpster fire. Now, we probably didn't know to what extent, but my God, Phil, you pulled out all the stops, bro. And the second you start going into that whole King Snake narrative, dude, it was, I was getting secondhand embarrassment. That's how pathetic it was. I was thinking to myself, like, damn, this dude really believes that we believe that. Because you could see the conviction in your face. You just knew you had outsmarted everybody. And you didn't fool nobody, bro.
Give a Cowboy fan, thank you for the $1 tip. Yes, I did see your video, and I kind of understand the situation. I don't even understand what the bad thing about the situation was to begin with. It just seemed like a lot of people trying to get other people in trouble for drama purposes. And if you haven't noticed, I'm not really a drama guy and I don't give a shit. I literally ignored it for many days.
He's
so I
not a
don't care
drama
about the
guy,
situation.
yet he claims to start drama.
Phil,
Yeah.
This whole video is about you addressing quote-unquote drama, Phil. What is he talking about?
Someone sent me $2 says, hey, did any professional detractors give you a present for Father's Day? Of course not. I mean, God forbid. Think of it this way. If I don't make content, they don't eat. No, really. If I don't make content, they don't eat.
Yeah,
So
you
I am their
wish.
dad. I'm their provider. I am literally the provider for every professional detractor out there. I'm the only reason that there's food on their table on any given day. If I ceased to exist, so would they. But do I get anything? No. You should have sent me a Rolex.
Yeah,
You
like
should've-
they don't have jobs.
So I got news for you. Many of us did not even know who you were until we were well into our adult lives.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's a fact. I knew who you were. I had already had a couple careers, a homeowner, all that. And I'm sure that's the case for many people. You are just something to point and laugh at. It's not that deep to us. That's why we call you a joke. I mean, he thinks he's so important. You're people's father now. You can barely support yourself. How you gonna support someone else? That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, he barely can put food on his own table, support his wife, and barely be able to afford it. I can't speak. Be able to barely afford to take care of himself in written. The dude had to declare for bankruptcy, and you call that support, being able to support yourself well financially. And then he goes and says other people barely can provide for themselves because if they don't make, if he's not around and they don't do stuff on him, then they can't survive. And I'm like, yeah, okay.
It got me a nice fucking
Is making himself look all pumped up and arrogant and more important than he really is.
sweater or something, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But no, I get nothing. These people are ungrateful little shit. Okay, they're making fun of everyone who supported. They started making excuses for everything. It's like, no, don't you get it, dummies? If people didn't like me at all, they would not support me. Get it? If I was the most hated person on the internet, I wouldn't get the levels of support that I get. I get it because people legit like me and see through the nonsense. Get it? So all of your hatred, all of your anger, your jealousy, your rage at me being successful, it's all a waste of your time. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, if that's true, Phil, let's test that theory. Let's see if you can continue to hit your so-called support goals just based on the merit and people just quote-unquote liking you.
I mean, if people like you, Phil, why do you have to get on the internet every day and beg for money and ask for donations and ask for subs and super chats and viewership? You always have to tell people to hit the goal. If they like you, that wouldn't be a problem because they would want to support you because they're into your content. You would never have to ask them to hit the goals. They would want to do it because they like your content and you as a person. That makes no sense. If somebody likes something that the person does, they don't have to tell them to support them. They just do it anyway because they really like their work.
Being able to see through the bullshit. But we know that's not going to happen because by your own admission, you're not going to get support unless you quote-unquote ask for it, right? So, who are all these people who like you so much? I remember distinctly you saying the same thing to Craig. People like me now. We know that you're infatuated with people being in awe of you.
Like I said, it's like going to see a comedian. The comedian doesn't have to tell the audience or the people, come support me. They just like the person, so they come and buy tickets and they support the comedian. He doesn't have to say, here, give me money. Or, give me all this. They come and support because they like your work. Or they like what they do. If a person genuinely likes what you do, it shows in your analytics, your numbers, and your support. It shows that they like your content.
These are long gone, Phil. Seriously.
I mean, clearly he doesn't understand how YouTube numbers work, does he? Or stuff. Because you would know if your audience likes you because you would see it in your analytics, your numbers, your you know, it's like a stock market graph. When stock market is good, it goes up. When it's not, it goes down. And that's how that is how the algorithm works on YouTube. Depending on what you do, some stuff goes up, some stuff goes down. And if people really like your stuff, it will show by it going up. The chart will ascend. But clearly, he doesn't understand that if somebody likes somebody's work, they don't have to ask them to support them. They just do it anyway because they really like it. They don't mind paying to be entertained or into that thing that person's doing. Whether it be a singer, or be a concert, a comedy club, whatever it is. They just like to go, they want to go support it because they like that group or that person or that individual and their work. They don't have to say, please give me money or support me by begging for it. People just like what they do, and it shows in how much stuff, it shows in how much they get, how much support. It's like going to a ball game and people really like that, really want to go show up to that game, and it shows how much people are looking forward to that game by how many fans are there, the attendance. Some places are more packed than other places, other their events. The fans are fans showing up show how much support this gets. And then they decide to do that. They decide to do even more of that in the future because, well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And attendance. You do what makes you a successful business. And if something works, you're going to keep doing it because it sells and money talks. And if they can make money off of it and it does well, they're going to keep doing it. Because that's how you run a business, Phil.
You let that shit go.
Because none of it makes any sense that you would even do it because I'm still here and I'm still successful in spite of you and all of your angst. So those people, I know, they don't support me and they basically just take up space. What they don't realize, don't tell them this. You ready for this? I got a little secret. I got a secret to tell everyone. All right, hold on. Hold on one sec. This is going to look weird because the lighting is off. All right, but I got a secret. You ready? So what is the best kept secret of me and the trolls that are on my Kick chat? Are you ready for this? Here's the best kept secret. I get paid for them to be there because I'm in the Kick Partner program. And I get paid for every moron who sits in that chat and trolls me. Shh. Don't tell anyone.
Okay, so this is not quite the flex you think it is for a number of reasons. Number one, detractors have already known this for eons already. The PPP made this public, right? Everybody knows how the Kick partnership or whatever it is, how it works. That's why people were like, why is he banning everybody? Just let people go crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
So once again, you're a day late and $1 short.
If you make profit off of what you do with Kick, why do you ban people?
Somebody, but really
because clearly the more people that come in to do what they do, the more money you get paid for it. So why is that a problem?
Time, as usual. We've been knew this, bro. He said it like he was informing us or something. What's wrong with this dude?
Anyway, okay, we got more. Wow, we got some more actually complaining. I'm not kidding you. People are complaining again in the Kick chat. What a big kawiki did, right? That I just honestly talked about stuff with the audience. I opened up, I vented a little. We talked honestly about stuff. They don't like that because they can't believe that anything that I say that's not like toxic or stupid would ever be true. So the fact that I just gave an honest answer and Darkside Dabbing was happy with the answer, they don't. Oh no, they can't handle that. No, that. How could Phil have like a actually like well-tempered answer to anything? That's unacceptable.
I don't get how this dude can have two chats, two different chats going on when he's doing stuff. I don't get how he can do that and play a game and still do well at the same time. And it's no wonder he tends to struggle with playing a game because he gets distracted and can't focus.
They're actually stressful. People watch entertainment to unplug and plug into a world that is not their own, with the hopes that they can forget their own for a time.
Yeah.
We understand we gotta come back. But for you, they leave their world that might be bad, and they enter into yours, which is much worse. If you're not talking about money, you're talking about money. And it's always with a sense of urgency, whether it be arbitrary or whether it be real. So I'm not sure what you mean when you always talk about chill streams and people unplugging and all this nonsense, bro. Your streams are stress and inducing and energy. They suck people's energy. Seriously. I mean, at any given time, people can pop into your stream and within 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Prince of Persia: Sands of Time is supposed to be coming out next year. I forgot about that.
Minutes you're going to be asking for money.
So what they'll do, of course, they'll now go to their idols, again, the professional trolls, and they'll say, hey, did you hear that DSP answered Darkside Dabbing tonight? And it was a big answer. What you should do is edit that down and just make it sound like something that he didn't say, so it looks like an asshole. And then they'll go do that, because that's what they do. And again, that's how they make a living, right?
It's not how I make a living. I do this for fun. I enjoy it. I'm sure many detractors start like that because for the most part, a lot of us, you're not making money for the most part, especially at first. So I'm not sure what he's talking about. Everybody don't do everything for money like that.
Yeah, Phil. People have hobbies. They have things they like to do outside of doing other things with life. People don't make money off of, everything people do is not for money, Phil.
Bill, some people actually do things because they enjoy it. Imagine that.
That's exactly right. Wrigley says, people on Kick were hoping you would crash out and get mad, but now the Yuppie Trolls are going to spin it anyway and laugh amongst themselves and say that you did anyway, even though you didn't. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's just life. That's what I deal with. Again, every day that I put myself on the internet, I got to understand that I'm under the microscope from these people who are just looking to make a buck. And, it is what it is. I need to understand this shit.
You understand this, yet here we are.
Iron Chef Sakai did is he was a mod, then he went crazy, decided to hate me for literally no reason, okay? Then I demodded him because of it, banned him, he apologized profusely, said he wanted to come back, so I let him back, and then he started supporting in droves, which I never asked for, he just did it, and then he kept asking to be a mod again, I kept telling him no, like I literally kept telling him over and over no. It's like, dude, there's no way you can be a mod again when you behave like that on a chat. That sets a precedent. And now people are going to say, dude, if you let that guy who acted like that on that stream a mod again, now how can we trust that moderation would ever be fair or anything on the stream? And the answer is you couldn't. That's a fair assessment that if I allowed that to happen and he became a mod again, that actually legit would have been a really bad thing.
Why was he a mod in the first place? Because he purchased it. That's why. Iron Chef Sakai came at a time where a lot of the Kino whales and the dolphins were starting to swim away, Phil. And you felt the floor underneath you slipping away. But Iron Chef Sakai was the vanguard. He stayed steady, right? His knees didn't buckle. He rolled for Darkside Phil. And because of that, you got desperate. So, you leaned. You bent. When probably normally you wouldn't. And because of that, he got inside access to things. And he did what he wanted to do. And this is why I tell, or I say to people like OIC and whoever else supports Phil and Drogs, you have complete control over this guy. I'm dead serious. There's nothing that he should be doing that you are not orchestrating. I'm not sure why he has an opinion on anything. Y'all are tripping.
I don't know where he got in his mind that he ever thought he was going to be a mod again, because I never told him that at all. That was all him and his weird deluded daydreams, that he was going to become a mod again if he supported the stream. Like, no. So I think he legit was trying to buy his way into a modship, but that doesn't happen here.
Phil is full of it once again. You know dang on well that he was dangling modship over his head. Well, I don't know, things have been kind of slow lately. If people decide to come by, maybe this and that, because look how liberal he is with regard to the kick badges and the kick crowns and all that. Oh, give me 10 gifted subs and I'll give you the OG badge and this badge and whatever. You best believe your ass that he in that Discord saying the same thing, trying to sell his mod chips. Please, because what else does he have to offer besides the useless gadgets that the platforms that house him have? He has nothing of substance in and of himself. Even as a member, what do you get? You get the same thing everybody else gets. As a member, you get the same thing a detractor gets that's watching him. Nothing. That's all I got for y'all. Peace.
Urban style content. I'm dead.
Alright. Let's see what's going on with the news. President Trump signs executive order creating AI initiative called the Genesis Mission. I'll have to see that. Trump lands in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, Thanksgiving weekend, rushed back to Washington, D.C. Yeah, I forgot about that Prince of Persia news. Let me find that. Yeah, Trump also pardoned a turkey yesterday too. Pretty funny video. And it says Rush Hour 4 is in development after it was said that Trump wanted them to work on a Rush Hour 4. Uh, wow. It says leaked footage reveals Sands of Time remake details. Announced in 2020 and delayed several times. The project uses Ubisoft Anvil Next engine for realistic visuals like recent Assassin's Creed games. Princess Ferris is a strong-willed archer in a red sari, now an independent combat ally who fights alongside the prince with her bow. Updates include expanded time powers, new enemies, and deal with puzzles in a rebuilt world. With the 2026 release still on track, fans share mixed views, some praising the terms while others question the shift from the original style. Why does it look? Okay, so it's set for a January 2026 release. Scheduled for a mid-January 2026 release, and its next reveal is likely to be at the Game Awards on December 11, 2025. Prince of Persia: Sands of Time remake gameplay presentation leaks online. says it's going to launch on PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. And maybe Nintendo Switch too. So it says Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake will be released in mid-January 2026 before the Assassin's Creed Black Flag remake. The Sands of Time is planned to release before March 31st, 2026, it says. So sometime in February, I'm guessing then. Ubisoft is preparing Anno 17, 117, The Division Resurgence, Rainbow Six Mobile, an unannounced game that I believe is Assassin's Creed Black Flag remake. Ubisoft confirmed again that Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time remake will be released by April 2026. Yeah, that's true. Ubisoft needs to go all in 2026. They got a lot of big titles coming out, including the Splinter Cell remake. I forgot about that. Far Cry 7, Assassin's Ghost Recon Project over. Assassin's Creed Codename Invictus. Anyway, alright, so see what's going on with news here. Oh, cool, they're bringing Insider Gaming to iOS. Battlefield 6 adds bots game mode. Cool. Half-Life 3 trailer coming soon. Cancel God of War game, Battlefield Red Sector now. EA bans Battlefield 6 portal maps. Halo Live Service, XP Boring Fix. It claims Leon will be in his PS6 released in 2027. Welcome 7 beta extended Xbox hardware cancel Microsoft defense prices. New Lord of the Rings game. Anyway.
Now you see me? Now you don't. Did you see me? Bro, we got.
The LCD Steam Deck is still the best all-around gaming handheld even in the year 2025, and I'll tell you why. The original LCD Steam Deck came out in February.
Alright. That would be interesting to see the PlayStation 6 come out in 2027, but I doubt it's going to happen that way. Alright. Says amazing drone footage earlier this evening. An IDF engineer units destroyed 8 rockets that were ready to go in launchers in Gaza, which could have reached as far as Jerusalem. This is Gaza, and it's the IDF's tunnel warfare engineering doing what they do best, blowing up terrorist infrastructure. Hamas is not done yet. Oh yeah, I forgot about the medicine.
Iran's IRGC, aka the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, made a statement regarding the assassination of Hezbollah's chief of staff. Retaliation for Tabatabai will take place at a designated time, and response against the Zionist terrorist entity will be crushing. The axis of resistance and Hezbollah reserve the right to avenge their fighters, and a strong response will come when appropriate. In other words, they're about to have a war. A very big war. Very commenter. Pesavi, Yakazakili. Yesterday, impressive election of Hezbollah's chief of staff took place in Lebanon, then Tehran. Is the one that will determine what the response will be. The Iranians will determine to continue rebuilding Hezbollah despite the blows it has suffered. The Iranian plans were not taken off the table after the elimination of Hassan Nasrallah, so it's clear the killing of Hezbollah chief of staff will not stop him either. Therefore, no elimination will stop Iran's terrorist arm in Lebanon until Israel disarms Hezbollah of its weapons and destroys it. This energy will persist around us. Psalms 83, 6 or 7, the tents of Edom, West Bank, and the Islamites, Saudi Arabia, Moab, and the Hagrites. Gabal, Hezbollah, Ammon and Amalek, Bastilia, Hamas, with inhabitants of Tyre, Hezbollah. These mega Middle East wars are still coming. Weekend Hezbollah hesitates on retaliation while Israel warns of escalation analysis. Just a day after the assassination of Hezbollah chief of staff, Ali Taiba, the terror group is primarily working to reassure Arab and media outlets that it has no intention of launching rockets a response against Israel. The diplomatic route, its weapons, reserves, and ability to launch specific strikes on Israel nowhere near what they were before the war. Even with the recent rearmament efforts through Syrian smuggling routes, Hezbollah remains far from restoring its previous strength. They raise the fundamental question: Hezbollah would a limited strike, one that risks provoking a far more forceful Israeli retaliation, described by Israeli officials as disproportionate, be worth the cost. Israel has sent a clear message to the Lebanese government: any attack on the U.S. will lead to major escalation. The killing in Beirut is an isolated incident, but if there is a response, that's a completely different story. Hezbollah is taking a page from the Iranians and Houthis' playbook. At the funeral today of Hezbollah chief of staff Taiba, the terrorist on the loudspeaker got the crowd to start chanting "Death to America, death to Israel." This hatred against Israel runs very deep, starting in the book of Genesis.
חיזבאללה קוברים היום את הרמטכ"ל שלהם עם עוד 4 מחבלים שחוסלו איתו.
There we go.
الموت لأمريكا الموت
חיזבאללה קוברים היום את הרמטכ"ל שלהם עם עוד 4 מחבלים שחוסלו איתו.
الموت لأمريكا الموت لإسرائيل.
Gaza ceasefire has one daily exception. Rafah behind the Israeli yellow line. When the ceasefire began in October, around 200 Hamas terrorists got trapped on the Israeli-controlled side of Gaza. they've been hiding underground ever since. The situation has shaken the front, reaching for weeks. U.S. envoys flew to Jerusalem to convince Netanyahu to let Hamas leave. The Israeli government nearly collapsed over the decision. For weeks, the IDF is systematically cutting off underground escape routes, slowly narrowing the space where Hamas can hide until they effectively totally surround it. That's the only ongoing battle since the ceasefire began in October. The operation in Rafah could take weeks or months to complete. It will literally take many years to rebuild Gaza. There's so much cleanup and waste to be removed before any trouble of rebuilding could ever begin. New drone footage reveals the scale of total destruction in Gaza's Jabalia, North Gaza, and Tel Ahawa, Gaza City Central. 2 years of Israeli strikes targeting Hamas hideouts have also leveled the homes of civilians, torn apart infrastructures, and left entire streets buried under debris. No more road. Bubba says, keep your eye on Gaza. Israel is slowly moving the yellow line westward, but also keep your eyes on Syria. Israel is slowly taking more land inside Syria from the Golan Heights, establishing land superiority. Israel pushes into Matraya, suspending violations of Syrian sovereignty. On Sunday, November 23rd, Israeli forces crossed the Syrian frontier, affecting a checkpoint near the En Al-Bayada junction in northern Quintrera and stopping to search civilian vehicles along with raising an Israeli flag. Additional Israeli units reportedly advanced deeper into the countryside of Syria. Local residents say incursions have intensified in recent months alongside Israeli expansion onto farmland, mass leveling of forested areas, and making arrests to form roaming checkpoints. The escalation parallels a broader surge in Israeli aggression across Syria. Farwajah is Iran's national government police force under the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. Khamenei announced on Monday, the 24th, that Iran is arming more than 400 bulletproof Toyota vehicles to strengthen its crackdown capabilities during unrest. This force operates along the actual military side of the IRGC and messages to crush dissent, enforce Sajib and morality laws, and police Iran's borders. 2 questions. How does Iran get its Toyota pickup trucks? What is Iran suddenly nervous about? A coup attempt against the regime of the Ayatollahs that will turn violent, or maybe it's the water crisis and drought. The people could get rowdy. I think it's the water problem. I think it's a water problem over there because the dam's drying up over there in Iran, and they haven't gotten rain over there in weeks, and they're having a water shortage problem over there, and the people are getting. It's getting to be a problem over there in Iran. Trump fires back Genesis mission to rewrite science itself. Trump is connecting more and more data into an humongous beast system that's forming right in front of us. Trump just signed a Genesis mission turning America's labs into a single AI-fueled engine for discovery. The order pools together the country's supercomputers, scientists, and data vaults into one system built to crush timing, turning decades-long experiments into weeks. To focus everything from fusion to quantum, from cancer cures to space exploration, Washington calls it the next Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project was a research and development program undertaken during World War II to produce the first nuclear weapons. Trump is building a weapon, alright, but it's not nuclear. Energy sec, right, Trump's new AI Genesis mission will probably be transformative like the Manhattan and Apollo projects. With this pin today, President Trump signed a historic mission reminiscent of the Manhattan Project and the Apollo projects. This is an all-in national effort to take the power of AI and pair it with 40,000 scientists and engineers at our national labs to advance innovation, fix rising energy costs, expand economic opportunity, and make longer, healthier lives possible. Today was not incremental, it was transformative. Comparing AI to the Manhattan and Apollo projects is not just hype, it's a way to frame AI as a long-term, messy national homework assignment. me see what this is.
But with this pen today, President Trump signed an historic mission. This is reminiscent of the Manhattan Project that brought World War II to an early and successful end, similar to the Apollo projects that put a man on the moon in 1969. This is an all-in national effort to take the power of AI and pair it with the 40,000 outstanding scientists and engineers at our national labs to use the world's largest supercomputers to advance innovation and science, to fix our rising energy costs, to give better economic opportunities for our citizens, to make longer and healthier lives possible. Today was not incremental, Brett. It was transformative.
Presidential actions launching the Genesis mission. Executive orders November 24th, 2025. If you guys haven't seen this, it's truly nuts. November 24th, 2025. Donald Trump signed the executive order to launch an artificial intelligence initiative called the Genesis mission, creating a digital Tower of Babel in advance of the coming mark of the beast. When President Donald J. Trump, stood behind the resolute desk when signing the executive order, launching what his administration called the Genesis mission. The world watched a seemingly routine announcement about science, technology, and competitiveness. But those paying attention, those who have ears to hear, saw something far more profound, something prophetic. Something that looks less like an economic stimulus package and more like the blueprint for a digital Tower at Babel in the closing moments before the catching away of the church. There's definitely something coming in the future. There's no doubt about that. And they're putting so much money into AI, man. I have never seen a year like I have this year where they're just dumping thousands, millions of dollars into AI and they're just pushing the AI agenda. I think we're going to have an AI digital beast system. That's what I think. President Trump launched the Genesis mission to create an AI super creature that sounds and looks like a digital Tower of Babel in advance of the mark of the beast. Genesis mission is hailed as the largest mobilization of American scientific research since the moon landing. In reality, it appears to be the most comprehensive attempt yet to fuse artificial intelligence, federal data sets, national laboratory supercomputers, and automated robotic experimentation into a single unified system of knowledge and control. A system capable of compressing scientific discovery what once took years into mere hours. A system whose goals seem eerily similar to the global technological regime prophesied to rise in the time of Jacob's trouble. The mission state proposes to accelerate discovery across biology, nuclear fission, quantum systems, climate modeling, materials science, and more. In other words, to take the raw building blocks of God's creation and place them under the predictive authority of artificial intelligence systems, capable of designing, simulating, and executing scientific experiments without human oversight. In other words, the future beast system. And I really do think we're going to have an artificial intelligence. We're going to have an AI beast system. I think AI is going to be the future beast system. Because they're putting so much stuff into AI. 2025 is the year AI is going to expand. Robert says, if that doesn't sound like man attempting to rewrite the rules of creation, nothing does. This is not normally research, this is recreation. Man attempting to automate and accelerate the mechanisms of life and nature. It's scientific abomination. Scientific ambition dressed up as innovation. But it is spiritually identical to the rebellion that had first appeared in the Garden of Eden that climaxed at Babel. The general mission is a digital nervous system for federal power. The Genesis mission is a digital nervous system for federal power. For the first time in history, U.S. government attempted to unify all federal scientific data sets, all national laboratory supercomputers, all major AI models, all simulation environments, all robotic experiment platforms into one coordinated AI-driven infrastructure. This creature will be a living system with nerves, data pipelines, organs, labs and supercomputers, brain, federal AI models, hands, robotic labs, eyes, sensors, and data sets. This isn't a program, it's the creation of a natural digital organism, a living, thinking, learning system whose purpose is to accelerate discovery, prediction, and control. That very well could be the beast image. They will set up an image of the beast, and they'll have to worship it. And those who don't worship will be killed for not worshiping the beast. This AI thing very well could be the beast image, but it can't be. But the beast cannot be AI. It has to be a person, because he has to set it up an image of himself for people to worship that image. And those who don't worship the image of the beast will be killed for what they do. So, pretty interesting, I have to admit. If you ever read the book of Revelation, then you know what's going on. How do you generate the technological scaffolding for such a system? You build something like the Genesis mission. Of course, this all takes all the suspects like Palantir, BlackRock, DARPA, Bill Gates, Oracle, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, and all the rest of the tech titans to make this a reality. But this isn't the whole point and purpose behind Project Stargate that began in January. Faster discovery, centralized systems, integrated data, autonomous decision making, national state mobilization, global potential. For God has put in their hearts to fulfill His will and to agree and give their kingdom unto the beast, and to the words of God shall be fulfilled. Revelation 17:17. Peace is falling into place one executive order at a time. Prophecy does not require the willing participation of world leaders every time. God uses kings, presidents, nations, armies, and yes, technocrats and technologies to move history towards its pointing end. It says, for the first time since October 7th, 2023, Hamas-Israel war began. The U.S. has no aircraft carriers deployed in the entire Middle East region. U.S. Central Command Area of Responsibility, or CENTCOM. This follows the recent deployment of the USS Gerald R. Ford carrier strike group from the Eastern Mediterranean to the Caribbean Sea, leaving a huge gap in the region. This explicitly leaves no aircraft carriers in the Middle East or Europe. This gap is very unusual. Probably because it's around Thanksgiving and it's the holidays. And they're not doing much around Thanksgiving holidays. But they'll probably get back to it after Thanksgiving. It's getting close to Thanksgiving holidays, I mean. Bubba says, new poly market. It says, Jesus Christ return before 2027. 8% chance. It says a new poly market listing that came after this afternoon is asking a huge question for people to place their bets on. Will Jesus Christ return before 2027? This is crazy town, but shows that these prediction markets will put odds on anything that people are talking about, even topics tied to culture and faith. This is part of a wider trend where more people are taking part in its prediction markets, where people place odds on global political and social events. This is less about the theology and more about the internet betting on everything these days. Expect more unusual or controversial listings as prediction markets grow. This market will resolve to yes if the second coming of Jesus Christ occurs by December 31st, 2026, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Otherwise, the market will resolve to no. The resolution source for the market will be a consensus of credible sources. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. It says it looks like another round is getting close between Iran and Israel and Israeli fighter jets. This Israeli fighter jets broke the sound barrier in the sky of Mashan, eastern Iraq near the border of Iran, and then returning back to Israel. Basically, Israeli fighter jets flew over Iraqi airspace, unhindered, approached Iran's borders, and then carried out missile firing drills into Iran before returning to their bases. Could the alarm prophecy of Jeremiah 49 34 to 37 be coming up soon. Alam is just east and southeast of this targeted practice dry run. Iran's long-range missiles are stored in the Zargos Mountains in Alam. Says Israel's aggressive hands must be cut off from region. Iran's parliament speaker said that Israel's aggressive hand must be cut off from the region. Psalms 83:4 used the exact same wording. That they have said, "Come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance." Iran failed to launch a multi-front surprise attack aimed at destroying Israel due to Hamas Yahya Sinwar's lack of coordination with Iran and acting independently on October 7th. So lately, more voices in Tehran are urging Iran's regime to promote a large-scale multi-front assault against Israel. It is worth noting that in his recent speeches, the Ayatollah Khamenei underscores the regime commitments to Israel's destruction before he dies. He's 86 years old. Senior officials in Tehran echoed his message in reactions to the recent assassination of Hezbollah chief of staff, Tabatabai. Elon Musk Optimus will actually eliminate poverty. Optimus robots' next big thing it must have will be humanoid robots. Elon, Optimus humanoid robots will eliminate poverty and transform medical care. Optimus robots will ultimately be better than human surgeons, more precise with a level of precision that isn't humanly possible. Elon calls the technology beyond human.
People often talk about eliminating poverty, giving everyone amazing medical care. Well, there's actually only one way to do that, and that's with the Optimus robot. With humanoid robots, you can actually give everyone amazing medical care. In terms of Optimus will be more precise.
Yeah, they changed Twitter's chat to. They're now calling it X chat, and it's now an encrypted chat thing. They made the new X. They made the new Twitter chat X chat. X chat is like this encrypted chat thing, which is kind of interesting. But now you have to have like a code and some other stuff, and
will ultimately be better than the best human surgeon with a level of precision that isn't possible. That is beyond human. So I think that's a pretty wild concept to say. Okay, if there's always. People always talked about eliminating poverty, but actually Optimus will actually eliminate poverty. Optimus will actually give people incredible medical care.
Yeah, we're definitely heading toward a digital AI future. I expect to see this. I really do expect this to be a thing by 2030. If we're still here. I expect the rapture to happen in the next 2 to 3 years with the way things are going. Because the world's going to be so much different if we're still here. That is. I would expect the rapture to come in the next 3 years. Maybe the next 2 years. Maybe it very well could happen. Maybe very well it happen at the end of this year, but I don't think it's going to be in 2025. But I would expect to see it in at least 2 or 3 more years. With the way things are going, I think we're heading toward an all digital AI future, and that's going to be the beast system. And look, they're literally telling you robots are going to take over and do everything in the world. Robots are going to take over. Robots are going to do everything. They're basically going to run jobs and everything. Robots are pretty much going to be in the world. I don't know if y'all remember the game. It was by Quantic Dream, and everything. I don't know if you ever played it, but you should play it. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting game, and it was made back in 2017. 2016, 2017, I think, right in there. And it was made for it was a PS4 exclusive when it came out. But it's called Detroit Become Human. And in the game, humans are living with robots, and robots are doing things for humans, and humans are pretty much relying on robots to take care of them, including serve them food and all sorts of stuff. But it's a futuristic city of Detroit where everybody's living with robots, and they also got these implants. They got these implants in their heads, in their hands, and their foreheads, like it talks about in the Bible. It does. They've got these implants inside their forehead, these like little robotic implants. So you can't tell me that we're heading toward a future, an AI digital futurist, a futuristic AI society in the coming years, including them want to make people transhuman and turn them into being controlled by chips and certain things. In other words, humans will function like robots and live with robots, and they're going to turn society into a all AI future with robots and certain things in the future. I'm telling you, this is what they want to do by 2030, and I have a feeling that we're going to see this. Most people that are going to have to be here for the 7 years of this shit are going to have to witness all this stuff. But unfortunately, the people that believe in the rapture and believe in what's coming, we know what's coming, and I have a feeling that we're going to see the rapture occur in the next 2 or 3 years with the way things are going. I really do believe this. And and when I tell people this stuff, they look at me like I'm crazy, and and I'm nuts, and I've lost my mind, and you're just, you are insane. None of this stuff is going to happen. You're not going to see Armageddon or the end come in your lifetime. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Looks to me like they're building up to it, including with the digital ID. So, if you ask me, I think we're going to see this happen in the next couple of years. It's hard to convince someone who doesn't quite understand what's really going on to know, but they're putting it right in front of your face, bro. They're putting it right in front of your face with robots, with AI, with the digital ID, with everything. They're telling you they're putting all the pieces are falling into place, and they're building up to it. And we're going to see this system come about in the next 2 to 3 years. Also the rapture. We're going to see a robotic AI future where everything is controlled by robots in certain things. And I'm telling you, we're going to see most people that are still here are going to have to see the Antichrist and the false prophet bringing the system out. And look at Elon doing all this stuff with robots. I don't necessarily agree with everything Elon Musk does, but it makes you wonder. I think we're heading toward an all digital AI future where even your car is going to be running on a system where technology controls it, including a credit score where, when you go to a gas station, they're going to determine how much gas you can put in your car. It's like what I'm trying to say. Everything's going to be on a social credit score. Everything's going to be on a social credit score limit and be controlled by this government one world order in the future, by this leader. And it makes you wonder, are we that close to heading toward an all digital AI future with robots and all this stuff heading forward that the Bible predicted? And I really do think we are. I really do think we are. I do think we're going to see this come about in the next 2 or 3 years. So, are we heading toward that future? And I do think we are. I believe we're living in the exact thing that was predicted in the Daniel prophecy, which says, Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book till the time of the end. We're getting close to the end. And I think we're going to see this stuff building up in the next 2 or 3 years. We are. Leading up to the rapture. Daniel, shut up and seal the words. Daniel, shut up and seal the book. Shut up the book and seal the words till the time of the end. That book has come open again, and we're living in those times. We were living in the secret times of Daniel that was told not to be revealed until now. And it is. So, to me, we're going to see all this stuff building up in 2026, and
We're going to see the rapture come in the next 2 or 3 years. We are. We are. I mean, and I don't think we're going to be. I really don't think most of us are going to be here. We're not going to be here. We're not going to get to. We're not going to get to 2030. We're not going to be here for 2030. But we might be here, you know, for the next 2 years. But I would see the rapture coming in the next 2 or 3 years, with the way things are going. And people think I'm crazy, but I do believe that we could see the return. We could see the second coming in the next 2 or 3 years. And I think we're going to see it in our lifetime. And I think most of Gen Z is going to see the return, going to see the second coming. A lot of us that are still young, we're going to see it. You know, I really do. I think Generation Z is going to be the ones that are going to see this. We're going to be the last generation, bro. Unfortunately, before the world gets out of control. But I don't know that. That's just my opinion. But I'm saying, think about it, man. We see all this futuristic technology, AI, like the evolution, robots. I mean, we're seeing all this stuff right in front of us, and it makes you wonder. We see technology so advanced, and it's getting more advanced by the day, to a point that, yeah, pretty soon we're gonna have robots coming around working. We're gonna have robots doing everything for us. Being chefs, working restaurants, doing jobs, taking care of food, giving out orders. I mean, right here, he's pouring a drink. I mean, you know, it's like Terminator. You know, it's like Terminator predicted back in it's like James Cameron Terminator predicted back in the 1990s, 1998, Terminator 2: Judgment Day, which was one of my favorite movies. But yeah, it's just, you know, I'm a wonder. We're pushing toward an all-digital future. Pretty soon, you know, people are going to be living with robots, and we're going to be, we're going to be living in a system where we're controlled by a chip and have to do certain things through AI. If you don't go with the rapture, of course. I don't plan on being here, and I don't think you should either, but, you know, I see the rapture coming in the next 2 or 3 years. I really do. From what I keep seeing, I think we're going to see the rapture happen in the next 2 or 3 years. Maybe in the next 2 years. I wouldn't even say I would give it 3 years. I would give it 2 years. Maybe even a year. But it's coming. It makes you wonder. Everything's being pushed toward a digital AI future in 2025. And they've already talked about confirming a covenant when voting on that United Nations draft resolution for a stabilization force in Gaza, and then putting the National Guard in all 50 states. You gotta wonder, man. And then Elon talking about Optimus robots getting rid of poverty and helping with healthcare, and then robots doing all these things. Even showing even showing a robot police force. Doesn't it kind of give you vibes like Hunger Games? Or it gives me vibes like Hunger Games, or like, you know, RoboCop. I don't know if y'all remember the RoboCop series from the 80s, but it reminds me of RoboCop, where the dude was part human, part robot. You know, because he got shot to death. He went in there trying to arrest these dudes, and they basically tore him apart. He basically got torn apart by bullets, and he almost died, and they put him in this robotic suit. You know, and people are getting prosthetic limbs and robotic stuff now that makes you wonder, are they pushing toward a more, like, AI-driven perspective where people are more robotic They're more robotic than human, more AI based than human. Because eventually we're going to have a chip, or we're going to have something that they're going to make where if you don't agree to take it, they're going to kill you. Or you can't participate and live or survive. Or you'll be cut off. You're forced to be taking the chip in your forehead and your right hand. So it makes you wonder, like, you know, and we have a lot of games now that have come out in recent years, like, say they're in the future, like Black Ops 3, Advanced Warfare, you know, Detroit Become Human. I think Heavy Rain also was like a futuristic game. The Matrix, Terminator. I mean, we've had a lot of like predictive programming movies and TV shows that have talked about a dystopian robotic future or dystopian future coming, where, you know, a future where they're trying to keep the peace and they got a force guarding everybody with peacekeepers. I mean, you know, it's like they're predicting something coming in the future and they're trying to tell you. It's like they're already telling you their plans for the future. You know, it's like they got another plan to come up with another event to bring about the beast system, or to bring about this system of control and power, and to do all this stuff. It's like they might plan for another pandemic. There's been talks about Bill Gates replacing phones with electronic tattoos. So, you know, you have to look at it like, how close are we to the rapture and the beast system? Because I don't think we're that far away. I really don't. You know, it's just 2025 has been a year of prophecy and pushing toward the future AI system. I mean, we've never seen anything like we have in 2025, and 2025 has definitely been a year that is setting up for what's to come. But 2025 has been the year of AI and them pushing toward this system. You know, we have never seen anything like so setting up like it has with AI in 2025. And Trump's doing, and Trump apparently is pushing this stuff. He is. And it makes you wonder. I mean, it does. You know, like, we've never seen what we have like in 2025 with stuff before. Like, I wonder, you know, how close are we to what's coming? I mean, you know, the big the big blue and red light on the robot walking down the street reminds me of RoboCop. The RoboCop remake movie. I watched that movie. Where he's like, you know, where he like guards and protects the city of Detroit. So yeah. And Alex Murphy, which is RoboCop, which that's one of my favorite movie series, but it's a very interesting, it's a very interesting concept. Or iRobot, the Will Smith iRobot movie, where, you know, robots, where it's like all futuristic robot future, and he has to fight these robots, and there's humanoid sentient robots. I mean, bro, it just makes you wonder, how far are we to robots doing everything in the future, and they no longer need humans? They just get rid of humans, or they kill off the population, or they get rid of us that are still here, that don't do what they want, and they replace us with robots. And robots will be the future of doing everything. They don't need humans anymore, so they'll just end up having robots do everything. In the next 2 or 3 years. So, you know, it just makes you wonder, you know. We have such popular movies like The Matrix, Terminator, and other movies that have talked about, like, you know, the dangers of AI and the future of AI taking over, you know, because, and having to stop it, you know, like, the Matrix and all that stuff, but are they creating? Is the Trump administration, or are they creating a AI simulative Matrix system that's going to be what it's going to be in the future? Are they creating an AI system that's going to lead to the mark of the beast? And I believe that could be the case. But they're saying in the next 2 or 3 years, robots will replace people, will be fired, and robots will replace people's jobs. Robots will take over and do everything for humans in the next 2 or 3 years. It will become just like Detroit Become Human. Society will become just like Detroit Become Human, the game. Well, robots will be a big thing in the future. But Detroit was a very interesting game and way ahead of its time when it was made. But robots, yeah. How much longer is it going to be till robots take over and control everything, including jobs? So, like, with an AI future, it just makes you wonder, how far are we away from that, man? We're living in some very crazy-ass times, and when I tell people, including my own brother, we were having a discussion, we were talking, and I tell people, including my own brother, about the fact that this is coming in the digital ID and this future system, and how I believe AI and technology and the digital ID is going to be a big thing in the future leading toward the beast system. When I say all this stuff is real and I believe it's going to come about in the next couple of years, or it's going to come in the future, and I'm worried about stuff that it will happen, he tells me I'm crazy. And like I don't know what I'm talking about, and everything. He says that you're crazy and that's not going to happen. You're not going to see Armageddon. You're not going to see the end times come in your lifetime. And I don't believe that. I truly do believe I think I will. I think I will see the events leading up to the end in my lifetime in the next 2 or 3 years. And I think robots are going to be a big thing that's going to replace everything. Or they want to. They want to wipe out and kill off half the population and replace them with robots. And it makes you just wonder, like, and stuff. But are we truly living in the age? Are we living in the age of Daniel that was not supposed to be revealed until the time of the end? And are we living in the end times? Are we living up to the end times of the events that are coming? Are we living in the time where it was told to seal the book, shut up the words and seal the book till the time of the end? But because I think we are. The Daniel prophecy that was predicted years ago to not be opened until those times came. And we're seeing these things being revealed right in front of our eyes. So, it's got to make you wonder. Are we living in the future are we living in the prophecies that were predicted 2,000 years ago in our time? Are we witnessing, Daniel's prophecy about the future that was told, are we witnessing Daniel's future about the prophecy that was told not to be opened until the time of the end? And are we living in those times? Because I think we are, personally. So, and everything. Are we living in the times that was predicted where it said, don't open that, don't reopen the book until the end? And we're probably living in the end. I think the book has truly been opened again. I think the book that Daniel was told not to close, not to open, has truly been opened again. And we're seeing these things fall into place. We're living in the end times, man. The book has been opened again to bring these things about. It was told not to open up the book until the end times, when these things came about. So, Whether you're religious or not, you have to admit that what you see in front of your eyes, even if you're not a person that believes in biblical prophecy or the end times, or even, let's just say, this type of stuff, even an atheist or someone who doesn't believe in anything can look at this stuff and see that, yeah, we're living in that type of future. So, and everything. Because it's hard not to. But it's hard not to see that, how far are we away from the beast system and the rapture? And what's going to come? And this futuristic, transhumanism, robotic AI future that's going to be coming in the next 2 to 3 years. So pretty soon robots are going to replace everything. I mean, this video just looks crazy. It's showing a robot lifting a beam to put up a building, robot baking cookies, a robot pouring wine at a restaurant. I mean, that's just nuts. Family taking care of their child and the baby while the robots are taking care of the laundry, a robot in the sewer, a police robot, robots picking up trash off the beach, picking up trash in the park, robots cleaning cars, picking up more trash off the beach, robotic AI firemen putting out fires, a robot a robot wheeling a lady around in a wheelchair, robots taking care of gardens and making, flowers, picking up more stuff on the street. I mean, a robot cleaning and vacuuming in someone's room, another AI robot playing drums, another one putting up plywood for a house, another one climbing on top of a roof. I mean, these are not only interesting, but these Tesla Optimus robots is crazy. It makes you wonder, is Elon Musk is he going to be the beast? Is he going to be the beast of Revelation? Because he's definitely pushing toward an all AI future with robots. Is Jared Kushner the Antichrist and is Elon Musk the false prophet? Because they both have a plan of a futuristic society of transhumanism and science and all these things. And Jared Kushner's talking about how he wants to live forever, and he's saying that this will be the last generation that will live, or the last generation to live forever or to die, meaning that they're going to wipe out. Their plan could be to wipe out part of the population. I mean, look what COVID did. Let's try not to say that won't happen again, and it probably will. Let's not kid ourselves that they won't make some kind of event again to bring that about. They make some kind of event again to bring this system about in the future. This New World Order beast system with the Antichrist leading the way. Let's just not say that they're not going to come. They're not going to have some event again to bring about this system. COVID was a test and a plan for them to see how people were going to react and do and what they were going to do to it. Now what happens next is going to be the future system. This time it's going to be real, and it's going to be a 7-year long hell on this earth with what happens. And you can't escape it unless you agree to either die for it or
you take the beast. You take the mark of the beast. It's going to be a 7-year hell. This time it's going to be a 7-year hell that will not end until the return, until the second coming. So yeah, it makes you wonder how far we are back. It's just crazy. It's just crazy how robots are becoming such a big thing, and they're pretty much now human and can do anything. Phones, tablets, Alexa, Google, stuff like that. I'm not saying those are not helpful. They are very helpful, and they do work really well, and they are useful. But how far are we out from technology and robots becoming so smart and intelligent, and so, you know, and so human that they start having we have robots walking around doing everything in the future, including in jobs, because it's looking like we're heading toward that future. And right here, it's showing a future of robots, which are Optimus robots doing everything in society, taking control of everything in society, doing everything. It's showing robots controlling everything in the future. In other words, it's a robotic AI future. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out, but yeah, I'm rambling again, but yeah, this is just interesting. Let me turn this down. I mean, yeah, you have a robot lifting a beam, baking cookies, looks like a pizza too, pouring wine like a server at a restaurant, folding laundry in the sewer. That right there reminds me of RoboCop. See, he has a big, giant, flashing red light on the back of his back. He's a police force robot. It reminds me of RoboCop. Reminds me of the 1980s RoboCop movies. Pretty sure this movie was made in the 80s. I think they were made in the 80s. Like 1980s Detroit is when that movie was set. Hold on, let me ask Google real quick. Pretty sure they were made in the 80s. When was RoboCop made?
The first RoboCop movie was released in 1987.
Yeah, 1980s. I thought so. And it just shows robots putting out fires. I mean, how much longer until we move toward an all-digital AI future with robots? And then these things taking over people's jobs and moving more toward the future beast system, like that was predicted in the Bible. Not only that, but like Detroit Become Human. It looks a lot like Detroit Become Human. It looks like the Detroit Become Human game predicted. It looks a lot like the Detroit Become Human game that predicted it. That predicted what happened. Looks a lot like what happened in the game. Now, I mean, y'all might think I'm crazy, but I'm sort of a conspiracy theorist. I do believe that they hide a lot of things they don't tell you, and I do believe in predictive programming, and I believe there's been a lot of predictive programming in recent years. But I believe they've had a lot of predictive programming in movies, TV shows, and stuff about the future. That's why I like movies like Terminator and The Matrix and stuff like that. But yeah, I believe they have. I believe there's been a lot of predictive programming in movies and TV shows, and a lot of their agenda has been in movies and TV shows. So, and even games. So, but yeah, man. I mean, we're not that far away from an all-digital future where you'll own nothing and be happy, where you can no longer buy or sell without the mark. We're not that far away. Agenda 2030. Well, it makes you wonder. But yeah, if you never played Detroit Become Human, go play it. It's a very interesting game for its time when it came out, and even now it's even more relatable and holds up well today. But Detroit Become Human's really good. You can play it on PC on Steam. And I highly recommend playing it. It's a good game. But it is very, very well. It holds up really well to this day. But it's pretty freaky just seeing all that. Anyway, Bubba says Elon is especially referring to the Tesla's Optimus robot, which he claims will eventually be capable of doing anything that the humans don't want to do. Tesla is already training Optimus with real-world tasks using AI and data from its vehicle fleet. And Musk believes mass production can redefine both labor and consumer tech. I don't think it's going to try to destroy all of humanity. I don't think the AI is going to try to destroy all of humanity, but it might put us under strict control. Musk has previously said. Yeah, that's something to wonder about. AI might put us under strict control. He added that there's a small chance of it going Terminator or annihilating humanity as technology continues to develop. Yeah, I believe that could happen with how smart technology is. And AI. James Cameron predicted that in Terminator movies. He predicted one day technology would get so smart and advanced that it could actually take over humanity. And it could start a war between the humans and the machines. Which is exactly what Terminator is. It's a futuristic war between Skynet and the humans. Yes, but he alluded that it's more likely that the AI will be assuming control over the safety of all the humans and become a kind of uber nanny. There you go, man. See what I tell you? This is just like Detroit Become Human. This is just like Detroit Become Human, where these robots do everything for humans, like in Detroit Become Human. That's exactly what that game is. Detroit Become Human is a game where humans are living with robots, and robots are pretty much doing everything for humans, including taking care of them and serving them food. Robots pretty much are living in people's homes in Detroit Become Human and take care of everything, including the kids, which should worry you. If you're having having artificial intelligence take care of your children, I wouldn't recommend that, because something could go wrong with it, and I don't want to be here to witness that crazy shit when that occurs. Especially if the robot has a glitch or it goes haywire, and then it wants to kill me, like Terminator, like the Terminator TV show. Where if you watch the Terminator TV show, there's a episode where the Terminator goes crazy and tries to kill John Connor and his mother. In the Terminator show, the chip malfunctions and he has to reprogram it, and she goes crazy and tries to kill him. So yeah, I wouldn't want a robot
glitching and malfunctioning and then trying to come kill me. Much less if I had a child, I wouldn't want AI taking care of my kid. So yeah. Anyway. Oh yeah, I forgot something. It says Elon Musk at last week's Saudi investment forum, humanoid robots will be the biggest product ever, bigger than cell phones. Everyone will want one. Elon is once again thinking far beyond Tesla cars, declaring that humanoid robots will be the biggest industry or the biggest product ever, even surpassing smartphones. In other words, we're going to have robots. They want to have robots living and being in control of everything in the next 2 or 3 years. Which is exactly what the Bible predicts. There will be a future system controlled by one world leader, a one world government. And Agenda 2030. So let's see what else I missed here. Venezuela under attack. It says, really, the ShamWow guy is apparently running for a House seat in Texas as a Republican. How can you forget the commercials for the product, which was designed to quickly clean up spills? He's definitely needed in this administration. Maybe Trump will have a special department for and clean up on House floor. This is a job for ShamWow. Shouldn't a product with the word sham in it should be suspect? Trump meme coins, Trump watches, Trump NFTs, Masonic trading cards, Trump sneakers, Trump colognes and perfumes, Trump tanning spray. You remember how I was talking about how our ShamWow president hawks anything and everything. This guy is in famous ads whose real name is Offer Vince Shalami is an Israeli. Is this further proof that we're living in a simulation? No, this is really happening. Candace Owens is claiming that our government knows that her claims of the French being involved in the Charlie Kirk assassination, as well as threats against her, are real. Our show will be off air this week as an update about the White House and our counterterrorism agencies have confirmed recent recipients of what I reported publicly. Emmanuel Macron attempted to organize my assassination per source close to the first couple. Also, I will again state that the French legionnaires were involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination, but they did not act alone. For all of you who doubted my claims, you can now look into the President of the United States and our intelligence communities to issue a statement to confirm which I am telling the truth. Oh yeah. The government and very powerful people were behind the assassination of Charlie Kirk. There's no doubt about it. They wanted to silence him because he was saying things they didn't want him to say. Same thing for Kennedy. Flashback, Pfizer CEO Albert Barella knows what's coming. I really think the best days for Pfizer are ahead of us. COVID was like a dress rehearsal. See, there you go, bro. They're telling you right in front of your face, we got another event planned. COVID was like a dress rehearsal. It was just COVID was just a test and a plan to see how people would react or what they would do. The next thing that's going to happen is going to be the real thing. And what's coming? Buckle up, bro. The next 2 or 3 years is going to get interesting. We're in for some crazy shit. Especially with them dishing out the digital ID in 28 countries by 2026. It says the EPA is now allowing pesticides. The EPA is now allowing pesticides containing PFAS to be used on food, meaning these forever chemicals will be sprayed directly onto what we eat. Trump embraces pesticides that are previously promising crackdown. Despite saying he would protect Americans from harmful chemicals like pesticides, President Trump and his administration seem to be embracing the use and have sought to bring in new pesticides that have sparked significant concern among environmentalists and experts. During Trump's campaign rallies, he spoke about the importance of reducing American exposure to toxic chemicals such as pesticides, and said his administration, with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. leading the investigation, would find a way to address the decades-long increase in chronic health problems. Kennedy, now HHS Secretary, has vowed to ban the worst agricultural chemicals also already banned in other countries, with Trump backing him up, saying that together they would ensure everybody will be protected from harmful chemicals, pollutants, pesticides, pharmaceutical products, and food additives that contribute to the overwhelming health crisis in this country. The Genesis mission, America's bold leap to unite AI and science in a modern Manhattan project. Genesis focuses areas that are laser targeted at U.S. strategic imperatives. Biotechnology tops the list with AI accelerating vaccine design and gene editing, building on lessons from Operation Warp Speed, which delivered COVID-19 shots in under a year. Critical materials research will hunt for rare alternatives to reduce dependencies on foreign suppliers, while nuclear energy efforts aim to revive small modular reactors for carbon-free power. Donald Trump is not a peacemaker but a warmonger. America is not a peacemaker but a root of evil. Wall Street isn't finance but financial looting. Silicon Valley isn't innovation but surveillance capitalism. Two-party system is democracy but an illusion of choice. Justice serves power, not truth, nor the needs of the people. Donald Trump signs an executive order to launch artificial intelligence initiative called the Genesis Mission, creating a digital Tower of Babel. For the first time in history, the U.S. government is studying to unify all federal scientific data sets, all national laboratory supercomputers, all major AI models, all simulation environments, all robotic experiment platforms, into one coordinated AI-driven infrastructure. This creature will be a living system, this is a progress creation of national digital organism, living, thinking, learning system whose purpose is to accelerate discovery, prediction, and control. Yeah. This is okay to admit BP News has been calling for it all along. How long until war breaks out in Venezuela? I'd probably give it weeks, maybe. Whoa, what is this thing? What the hell is that thing? Flashback, the end of Genesis Live. Performance by electronic music artist Anyama at the Great Pyramids of Giza on October 10th, 2025. It's symbolic of transhumanists aiming to distort God's creation in Genesis. Aching through the barrier between the physical and the spiritual and giving life to demons through AI. All of this is being done in our face. It's all it's a mockery to God. All of it isn't it. All of it is in pure defiance of the Most High. Yeah, that's insane. That's freaky and creepy. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. DJ and Yama is one of the biggest electronic music DJs right now, and his music is all about transhumanism, AI, and dystopian future. And the dystopian future. He's a new boyfriend to Grimes. She is ex-girlfriend of Elon Musk and the mother to the little boy they call X, the one Elon created around in the White House yesterday. She collaborated with DJ Anama and Yama on his shows in residency in Las Vegas titled The End of Genesis. These people are all about connecting to the Borg and being one with it, becoming God, uniting with the universe in you. Creepy videos from NYE at the Sphere in Las Vegas shows the transformation taking place where the robot looks like it turns into a phoenix. Creepy video. The song "The Simulation" is playing in the background, and these are the lyrics. What the hell? What is... That is freaky. Whoa, bro, that is... Okay, that is freaky. Whoa, okay. Yeah, that's a little bit crazy. Yeah, that's really demonic, bro. Yeah, that's freaky as all get out, dude. Huh. Freaky.
Initiate. Digital. Digital.
Yeah, that's freaky. Huh. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Elon Musk naming the Grok chatbot Eve. No coincidence, the same servant from Genesis is still at work. She's even masses to become one with him, and his lies will ultimately lead people away from God and straight to hell. It says, with purpose and intent, they're naming the Genesis mission in Hebrew. Again, Genesis means origin or the beginning. The transhumanists are birthed in an abominable technology that is intended to replace God's intelligent design behind His creation. Their promises of a golden age is initially meant to destroy humanity, most of humanity. Thanks. This is the end-time digital tower of Babel rolled out by mystery of Babylon, thanks to the harlot church, the right of the beast. This is the final end game. Satan's last attempt to be like God, and omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient through various technologies and resources. Daniel was terrified when he saw that this fourth kingdom rise up for the last hour, the mixing of iron and clay, but it will not cling. This all ties back to the book of Genesis and the first lie. Satan told humans eat of this fruit and will not die, overcome like God. Trump and the globalists are trying to live forever, uploading human consciousness to a high mind, creating digital twins of every person and eliminating any desirables or those that are going to go along with their plan. Their biggest threat has always been Christians, which is why they use Trump to separate their opposition. Many still haven't wakened from the delusion will sadly fall away to the perdition along with them. U.S. Department of Energy releases promotional video for Trump's AI Project Genesis mission. A new revolution begins.
Humanity invents new ways to see further. The telescope let us glimpse the stars. The microscope revealed the worlds within us. For centuries, thinkers like Leibniz, Shannon, and Turing dreamed of making all knowledge computable. But today, knowledge grows faster than our ability to understand it. Trillions of data points, a universe of information still unconnected. Now, a new instrument emerges, one capable not only of observing the universe, but of understanding it. Genesis mission will transform how science is done in America, uniting our brightest minds, most powerful computers, and vast scientific data into one living system for discovery. Built on artificial intelligence and quantum computing, it will radically redefine the scale, speed, and purpose of scientific progress in America. This is the work that will define our generation's legacy. A new revolution begins, one guided not by competition alone, but by curiosity, imagination, and the belief that discovery is the truest form of progress.
Breaking computer and printer make HP announced to cut thousands of jobs due to AI adoption. HP will cut 4,000 and 6,000 jobs by the end of fiscal 2028 due to AI integrations. The company estimates it will save approximately $1 billion. So there you go. They want to integrate AI into HP jobs by 2028. So we're going to see this stuff
we're going to see a lot of this stuff happen in the next 3 years. Breaking Russia likely to reject Ukraine agreed peace deal. Washington Post. Ukraine has accepted the terms of a peace deal brokered by the United States. Trump calls for federal search in Chicago after violent weekend. Trump fires up Genesis mission to rewrite science itself. Trump is connecting more and more data into an humongous beast system that's somewhere right in front of us. Trump is signing Genesis mission, turning America's labs into a single AI-filled engine for discovery. The order pulls together the country's supercomputers, scientists, and data vaults in one system to built to crush time, turning decades long for granted to weeks. Focus everything from fusion to quantum, from cancer cures to space exploration. Washington calls it the Next Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project was a research and development program taken during World War II to produce the first nuclear weapons. Trump is building a weapon, alright, but it's not nuclear. So, 74-year-old Jewish British political commentator Melanie Phillips mocks Christianity at a conference in New York, calling it a Jewish sect that got slightly out of hand. She adds that the West has fundamentally Jewish values. Other than words, she urges Jews around the world to put their Jewish identity first and disregard loyalty to the countries they live in, including the United States and the United Kingdom. Amazon to invest up to $5 billion to expand AI and supercomputing infrastructure for U.S. government agencies, the golden age of Trump. The U.S. administration is preparing to announce the knowledge existence of alien life. President Trump may announce that aliens exist that are being briefed on the basis of facts about humanity's place in the cosmos, and his team is not deciding how to move forward with the information. One of the biggest government psyops is being rolled out now, and it had to be Trump, the only world leader, to do it first. Truly deceptive and wild times we live in. Yeah, they came out with a documentary called The Age of Deception, and it's on Amazon. It released on November 21st, and I want to watch it. Sorry, not The Age of Deception, The Age of Disclosure. The Age of Disclosure, and it released on Amazon on the 21st of November. And I want to watch it. Alright, that's it for that. Let's see what else we got here. Bruno Rodriguez Parala, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Cuba. Cuba denounces the current military escalation in the Caribbean in the strongest possible terms and reaffirms its full support for Venezuela. If war breaks out, where will the Secretary of State be? Does anyone really think it will accompany the young soldiers to risk their lives in a battle that's not theirs? Asking if they ever served in the military service. We appeal to the people of EEUU to stop this madness. Bruno Rodriguez Parala, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Cuba. Cartel del Solis is a fabrication of the U.S. government and its Secretary of State intended to justify violent actions to overthrow the Venezuelan government and take control of the oil of that sister nation. Its fraudulent, arbitrary, and unilateral design, its nation as a terrorist organization, is a fetch fabricated by the U.S. espionage services with the purpose of justifying military aggressions against Latin America and the Caribbean, and revive the gunboat policy as the current U.S. behavior towards the region. President Trump talks with the press in Air Force One, drafting legislation to use artificial intelligence, AI teddy bear that talk, fetishes and knives is back on the market. The toymaker says they're worked out the kinks literally and they're very safe to use again. A report, Ghana's Ministry of Education is implementing a groundbreaking approach to artificial intelligence integration in schools, positioning the country as a continual leader in contextual, grounded educational technology. The National Council for Curriculum and Assessment, NACCA, the administrative agency responsible for curriculum development and quality assurance, is spearheading the initiative along the Central for Distance Learning and Open Schooling. The program aims to align tools with Ghana's educational vision, values, and cultural identity while addressing the challenge of training 68,000 teachers to develop a new competency-based curriculum to 1.4 million students.
The state of Georgia and the AWS are proud to announce an official partnership to provide training for state employees on the responsibility use of generative artificial intelligence. This online learning partnership will provide no-cost training for public sector employees. Walking into a major casino, Las Vegas walking into a major Las Vegas casino resort today may look very different from the decades ago. A new research suggests that more resorts are expected to replace hostility workers with AI or robots. What seemed like science fiction has rapidly become reality, as a report by RCG economists states that 80 to 95% of hospitality jobs could be at risk from AI and automation by the end of next year. By 2027, several hospitality roles in Vegas face a high risk of automation. Customer service representatives have an 80 to 90% chance of being replaced, while reservation agents and call centers operators face an even higher risk of 85 to 95%. Data entry personnel are also vulnerable, with their roles facing an 80 to 90% likelihood of automation. By 2030, 65 to 75% of front desk clerks, 60 to 70% of accounting clerks, and 70 to 80% of housekeeping dispatchers, as well as up to half of food service workers, may face displacement. In other words, they want to replace people's jobs with AI by 2030. Deputy Secretary of Management and Resource Regas travels to Turkey, Iraq, and Israel. Deputy Secretary of State Management and Resources Michael Regas will travel to Turkey, Iraq, and Israel on November 27th to December 5th, stopping in Istanbul, Baghdad, Erbil, Jerusalem. Deputy Secretary Regas' travel underscores the United States' commitment to advancing stability, security, religious freedom, and prosperity across the region. In Turkey, Deputy Secretary Regas will lead the United States delegation for celebration of the 100th anniversary of the First Council of Nicaea. The Deputy of Secretary will attend meetings with his Turkish counterparts to advance the U.S.-Turkey bilateral relationship, and also meet with USMSO Patrick Bartholomew I. In Iraq, the Deputy Secretary will meet with Iraqi officials, tour U.S. diplomatic facilities, and integrate the new Consulate General in Erbil. The Deputy Secretary trip to Israel will affirm the ironclad relationship between Israel and the United States while enhancing diplomatic facilities and ensuring that foreign assistance advances U.S. strategic interests. Danny Parliament representative of Israel to the United Nations. The UN readouts the Israeli resolution to promote agricultural technologies for sustainable development, an initiative that enables countries from around the world to advance in agriculture from the fields and the Najib to the fields in Africa and Asia. I think the 129 partner countries that supported the Israeli resolution and are working together with us to strengthen the future of global agriculture. These are approximate positions of the U.S. Navy deployed carrier strike groups and amphibious ready groups throughout the region. Vladimir Putin arrived in Kyrgyzstan for a state visit. In the plane event, Vladimir Putin, welcomed by President of Kyrgyzstan, Saudi Japarov. The national flags of the two countries are raised on the airfield. Guard of honor assembled and ceremonial fanfare performed. As part of the welcoming ceremony, national dances were presented along with demonstrations of traditional Kyrgyz hunting techniques using golden eagles and hounds. At Manas Airport, a folklore and ethnographic ensembles performed a brief musical program. During the visit, the President of Russia will hold talks with President of Kyrgyzstan, Sadir Japarov, to discuss further development of the strategic partnership and allied relationship between Russia and Kyrgyzstan in various areas. A joint statement by the heads of state, as well as a number of intergovernmental business agreements, have been prepared for signing. The session of the CSTO Collective Security Council will serve to summarize the results of the cooperation with the organization this year and outline key areas for improving the system of collective security. Vladimir Putin will brief his colleagues on the priorities for Russia's CTSTO carbon ship in 2026. Court of Justice of the European Union citizenship of the Union of Member States has the obligation to recognize the marriage between two Union citizens of the same sex that has been lawfully conducted in another member state where they have exercised their freedom to move and reside. Wow. Israeli police spokesperson, the Yemen unit eliminates the terrorist Sabator Abdul Raif Isataya in Nebulous early day who cleared out about a year and a half ago. The ramming attack at Checkpoint 6 near Nebulous that resulted in the death of 2 soldiers.
ברגע שאתה מוכן, תזמין איזושהי ראשונה על החלונות שדיברנו. שבר, אנחנו אחרי מכת אש פלוס מטאדור, כרגע אנחנו שליטה על הדירה, הכל תקין, אנחנו מראים ברפה לראות מקור בפנים.
Earlier today, Tuesday, terrorists were identified crossing the yellow line, approaching IDF troops in the northern Gaza Strip, posing an immediate threat to them. Following the identification, the troops fired and eliminated the terrorists in order to remove the threat. IDF troops and Southern Command remain deployed in accordance with the ceasefire agreement will continue to operate to remove any immediate threat. 5 armed terrorists identified and eliminated the area of underground terror infrastructure in eastern Rafah. IDF troops are continuing to operate in the area of eastern Rafah earlier today, Tuesday, during the troops searches in the area. 5 armed terrorists were identified and eliminated a short while ago. They were likely the terrorists from the underground terror infrastructure in eastern Rafah. IDF troops and Southern Command remain deployed in accordance with the ceasefire agreement and will continue to operate to remove any immediate threat. On a visit to U.S. troops at Romania's Halkagalicia Air Base, General Christopher Delana, commander of U.S. Army Europe and Africa, said a new capability able to shoot down drones will be deployed to Romania. We have tested and it's the final stages of being employed. Romanian soldiers and other alliance soldiers have been trained on this capability, and I know you're going to see this capability in the Danube Delta very soon. Romania has legislation in place enabling it to shoot down drones during peacetime if lives on property are at risk, but has not yet made full use of it. Romania and German NATO fighter jets were scrambled on Tuesday near Romanian border with Ukraine to respond to a drone incursion that penetrated deep into Romanian airspace in what Russia called a Russian provocation. Defense Minister Irina Mestania said the NATO pilots came close to shooting down a drone which reportedly entered the alliance member country's airspace, but had held off over concern about causing damage on the ground. Drone fragments without an explosive charge were later found on Romanian territory. We're dealing with the new Russian provocation against Romania, a drone in which the Romanian army and German Eurofighters have tried to shoot down. Satania said. Satania said that the pilots analyzed the potential collateral damage and chose not to engage. Russian drones have struck Ukrainian ports overnight near the border with Romania, which lies across the Danube River. The Romanian Defense Ministry said it initially scrambled 2 Eurofighters from a German air policing mission in Romania, which tracked a drone in the southeastern country of Tunisia before it re-entered Ukraine. The Army later scrambled 2 Romanian F-16 fighter jets after radar showed a second airspace breach in the neighboring county of Galatia. Mostenia said an additional 2 Eurofighters allowed. The ministry said the plane tracked a drone moving towards the county of Orencia, which does not share a border with Ukraine and is more than 100 kilometers inland. Residents of all 3 counties were warned to take cover, a warning that was later lifted. After days of unnecessarily hot weather, Israel was hit Tuesday by an intense storm that brought record-breaking rainfall, widespread flooding, and dozens of emergency rescues. We saw tens of thousands of lightning strikes and thunderstorms developing overnight, said Dr. Amir Givati, director of the Israeli Meteorological Service. Conditions deteriorated rapidly in many areas of the northern center experienced large amounts of rain accompanied by hail and strong wind gusts. Meteorologists reported that 120 meters of rain fell within 4 hours in Nevadah in Samaria, a new record of Israel's central region, where Aurelio is registered 100 millimeters in the same period. Minister of Foreign Affairs on Japan, Japan Medium Takashia holds call with Trump. Over the past week, my team has made tremendous progress with respect to ending the war between Russia and Ukraine. A war that would have never started if I were president. Last month, 25,000 soldiers died. The original 28-point peace plan was drafted by the United States has been fine-tuned with additional input from both sides, and there are only a few remaining points of disagreement in the hopes of finalizing this peace plan. I have directed my special envoy Steve Witkoff to meet with President Putin in Moscow, and at the same time, Secretary of the Army Dan Driscoll will be meeting with the Ukrainians. I will be briefed on all progress made along with Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, and White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. I look forward to hopefully meeting with President Zelensky and President Putin soon, but only when the deal in this war is final or in its final stages. Thank you for your attention to this very important matter, and let's all hope for that peace can be accomplished as soon as possible. President Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. NATO earlier lightning storm over the Gaza Strip. Joint IDF and ISA announcement according to information provided by the Red Cross, the coffin of the deceased hostage has been transferred into custody and is on the way to IDF troops in the Gaza Strip. Hamas is required to uphold the agreement and take the necessary steps to return all of the deceased hostages. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Alright. Now I gotta figure out how to do this now. I'm not sure how to get through here. Let me see. Oopsie. Let me see.
You never said he was this big.
gotta be a way to get past this one. That didn't work. Maybe I can go around.
Nicely done, Plankton, if I do say so myself.
I just don't get it. How come I can't get past this thing? I just don't get it. Ah, maybe you got. Oh, you gotta destroy these things. I think first, I guess. No, fuck. There we go. Okay, so that's why it wouldn't open. That's why it wouldn't open up.
I wish Mother and Father were here to see this. Another blasted commercial rival? Now let's see how they cope with a hostile takeover.
Ooh.
simply old-fashioned gateways. They're both to sell in your own home. Everyone will kneel before Plankton. Watch out below. More of those power stations. That's what I like. Some nice simple cars.
This is America. Why? On form of entertainment, they'll tell you that viewer discretion is advised. Now, it's incumbent upon the parents to ensure that you're keeping a keen eye on what your children are watching and listening to. That's your job. He is not their parents. Now, if you're an adult, you can look at wherever you want to look at. You want the government to come on Twitch and tell them what they can and cannot showcase. What are you talking about?
Okay? This man, Dan Clancy, is a grade A slime ball. He shouldn't be in charge of Twitch. He shouldn't be in charge of a fucking 7-Eleven. He's a piece of shit. Okay? And I can say that wholeheartedly. Alright? Because I've seen Twitch get more and more degraded over the years and fall apart at the seams. It used to be a website about game streaming. It used to be a website about content. Now it's about money. I don't care what you actually broadcast as long as we make money.
So every cable network, every news outlet out there, they don't care what they put out. They only care about money because primarily it's a business. So what really are you talking about? Anybody who goes into business is worried about making money. Now, this is very rich coming from you because you would like to try to paint yourself as the villain reverse, particularly in the streaming.
Urban style individual.
What's up with y'all? Hopefully this video fun in the streaming community because according to you, you're not like everyone else. But all you're describing here really is yourself, but you don't have enough wherewithal to realize that's what you're doing. And this is part of the reason why people point and laugh at you. Because, again, you can see stuff in others, but you can't see it in yourself, or you just refuse to see it in yourself.
That's essentially his mantra, okay? And he tries to judge, oh, but it's all about self-expression, it's all about this. No, it's not. It's about money. Because people can't self-express themselves on his site unless they're in line with his philosophy on life.
Well, you just said that anything can be on the front page. Now you're saying that it can't be because it has to be in line with his philosophy. So is it the range is off and people can do whatever they want, or they can't? Which one is it?
There's numerous cases where the rules are not actually enforced properly, where someone who has a certain mindset or has a certain political stance gets banned or gets removed from being able to have financial monetization of their content. But then someone else who's of a mindset he likes gets completely protected from everything.
Now, that is a hell of a statement to make. And you said it with so much courage, I would assume you would have evidence of this, right? Let's see.
100%. So, this guy's a scumbag, and here's the truth, and I've said this before and I'll say it again. Anyone who has morality, anyone who has a right mind, anyone who actually cares about doing a professional business should not be streaming on Twitch because they are not professional. They don't care about anything but money. So as long as the money rolls in, why would they care? Unless Emiru sues the living shit out of them for what just happened to Twitch, why would they ever care about changing for the better?
It's the same reason why you won't change for the better. It's the same reason why you say you don't care about your on-demand content. Why, Phil? Because it doesn't make you any what? Money, right? So you understand when Twitch is doing it, but you don't understand when you are doing it, right? And this is the problem that people have with you, dude. This whole rant, and I'm not even saying that certain things that you're saying is not true. It's just you have made yourself the hypocrite so many times that people don't want to hear this self-righteous shit from you, Phil. So it could be the right message, but it's the wrong messenger, and you're not self-aware enough to know that this puts you in the worst light. Because it's like, who is this guy to say anything about what someone else is doing, Phil? You don't have enough good karma out there to talk about what somebody else is doing wrong. That's the point.
She was interviewing this guy distinctly about this topic. He has 3 times not answered the question, and he will get off, well, walk away, and no one will get in trouble for this.
Well, it doesn't matter if he gave her the truth, he gave her an answer, right? Ain't that what you told Craig? Phil is sitting here watching himself, and he does not like it. Now, all you had to do is make the man a little bit older, some longer hair, a little skinnier, and now all of a sudden Phil understands Phil.
Now, what if this guy had walked up and stabbed her in front of everyone? Just slit her throat. That very well could have happened. And he would have been like, well, we work with the creators for the security. I'm unfortunate that happened. Maybe she should have banned him on a stream. What? I mean...
Now, I looked into the story a bit, and from what I'm to understand, the young woman did have her own security. And Twitch told her, or the officials at Twitch told her that he was not welcome there. And then this attack, or what seems to be an attack, happened, right? So they're completely wrong for that. And I'm not in any way what I'm saying is, he fails to recognize his own errors. He does a lot of what he's claiming Twitch does. And again, this is not a moral situation. This is not what's happening on Twitch. He's having a segment a day because apparently, according to him, this type of immoral stuff is happening all the time. He's only doing this now because this is what he believes is trying to get some attention for himself. That's all this is about.
So, yeah, I'm sorry. I've said before, I'm never going back to it. Under no circumstance whatsoever will you ever see me on that website, period. Even if it means there's every website that's banned me, I will never go back to Twitter. I will not stand for this kind of behavior at all. This irresponsible piece of shit. Alright, he's a scumbag. I will never, ever make these content that will benefit from ever again. Alright, and anyone who's in their right mind needs to do the same.
So this is the equivalent of somebody who was drafted in like the 5th or 6th round, who's been in the NFL for like 6 or 7 years, who's never really played any meaningful football, talking about they're not going to show up at training camp unless you give them more money. You know what's going to happen to them? They're going to get cut. That's it. And nobody's going to care, and they're going to fade off into obscurity. And that's what's going to happen. That's this declaration, which fake PSA, what people should do and how you will never stream on Twitch again. Like they're supposed to care. Furthermore, like anybody is supposed to care, because you going to Twitch, as bad as Twitch is, we're still not bringing anything of value with you. So stop.
Okay? Seriously. Anyone who's in their right mind right now, this is the tipping point for Twitch. They have now shown distinctly that business does not care about you. They don't. They don't care about the projects on their side. They don't care about the protection of their creators. Nothing. They don't care about anything besides the money. So he's literally saying, okay, time to leave. I mean it. And here's this weird misconception that people have about me. Well, the reason I stream on Twitch is because there's discoverability, and because it's the place where I can get seen and I can make money. Not anymore. Twitch is not a place where you can be discovered. Twitch is not a profitable place. Twitch pays you less than every other streaming site. You make more on YouTube. You make more on Kick. You make more on Rumble, for God's sake. You make more everywhere.
Twitch is not a popular place for you to stream, okay? The people that were at TwitchCon, I guarantee you, are swimming in money, Phil. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. Now, in terms of, in general, across the board, in terms of how much you make per dollar, sure. But that's still the person, the genre, what you have going on. You have audience that really mess with you to the point where there's a lot of people he never really took the time to truly understand the inner workings of things. He just shows up, comes to stream on, does his thing, gets his payout, but back to WWE champion, and he's getting Groundhog Day with this dude.
Except Twitch is the worst place to stream. They will always put garbage content to the forefront so that they make more money. They won't help you, they won't protect you, they don't care about you. Whether you're a creator, whether you're a gamer, whether you're just a watcher, a viewer, they don't give a shit.
So are you saying that YouTube and Rumble and all these other platforms that you name, are you saying that they care about you? Because I assure you that they don't, Phil. So stop with this nonsense, man. Trying to be the morality police, acting like you actually care about this situation. You still upset because they dropped your ass years ago. And according to you, it was unjust and they did a huge disservice to you. And you still upset about it. And it's very obvious because of this rant that you're putting out right now. That's really based on nothing but how you feel. As soon as you heard this, he probably was rubbing his hands together like Birdman and licking his lips. He couldn't wait to make a video about this because we know the only thing Phil probably loves as much as WWE champions is complaining.
They will allow their top talent to be assaulted and then brush it off like nothing happened. So stop with this. At this point, it's time for a change. It's time to say, take the broom, sweep the trash away, stop with watching Twitch. I mean it. Stop watching people on Twitch. Stop broadcasting on Twitch. Leave Twitch. This is toxic for gaming. This is toxic for content creation. This is just toxic for human existence.
I'm sorry, man. This is why I deal with Phil in small doses, man. Because the things that come out of this man's mouth are absolutely insane. Did this man just say that something happened that happened on Twitch or at TwitchCon is somehow impeding humanity? So are you putting this in the same vein as clean water, clean air, people having climate-controlled environments, the medical system? Like, come on, man. It's not even close. But this is how you know that this is not something that Phil actually cares about. Because why would he say something as crazy as that? Because he's really trying to drive home this point and make you think that he actually cares about what he's saying. But all this is a facade.
The fact that this site is allowed to operate like this as a business is harmful to humanity as a whole. This man and his actions hurt humanity as a whole.
Phil, you really need to stop with these bizarro rants like this. Because I know you think the internet is kind of already thinking this, so you're going to kind of go with the wave. Maybe it'll turn people's ire towards you in a different way. But no, people are going to look at this and say, damn, he's kind of making some points, and then he just kind of went off the rails there at the end, which is exactly what's happening. And it's going to continue to happen. Just watch.
Time to wake up. Instead of just listening to everyone, oh, Twitch is the place to be, man. Twitch is the cool place to... No, it's not. It hasn't been for a very long time. Their entire mentality changed. They started being so underhanded in the way that they do things, the way that they handle issues. There's no consistency, there's no fairness there. There's no real profitability. But people just believe what they're told. Get out now.
Who are all these people that you keep talking about to make this point? And who is doing this telling that you keep talking about? You keep talking about all these people believing stuff. Why do you keep creating phantom entities to make the point? Why can't you point to anything definitive? Even though you're making definitive statements, you're talking about how bad this guy is. You can't really give us an example outside of this one, right? You keep talking about how this guy is saying you're wrong, but you haven't given us any evidence to suggest that you're telling the truth, which means that all this is you crying, which dropped your ass.
Do something right for yourself. If you're a streamer on Twitch, do something right for yourself. Grab all your community with you and say, listen, if you actually like me and my community, this community, this content that I stand for, cannot be on this site anymore. They have now shown directly through their actions, they don't care about anything but money. It's time to leave. And that needs to happen because a place like that will never improve if they keep getting business.
Who's the Benny now, Krabby Daddy?
So you finally made a partner on Twitch. You're an idiot. No, you're actually stupid. Because you're giving that man money.
And that's the point.
That's my Krabby Patty for his past. Give it back!
Completely lost. Because it's not enough for you to just give your opinion on something. You must also label people and put them in a box if they don't agree with you. And that's your problem. You're unwilling to see other people's perspective. So because you're able to do this, self-awareness of their size is completely non-existent. What he's offering is far more valuable than anything you ever offered, Phil, and it's not even close. So when people still give you money, and what are you getting out of it? Watching you eat fast food, cold, watching you complain about literally everything that you do. Nobody can ever enjoy it. It's always something. Always.
Guy doesn't care about you or anything? Okay. Anyway, sorry about that. Had to rant a little bit, but I mean, I've been talking about Twitch for years. What a horrendous business they are. What an awful place they are for anything. You don't want to be there. That's toxic shit. Like, that's the definition of toxic shit. And people don't listen. They just go, oh, well, I was told it's the best place to speak. It's the worst. It's actually the worst. You won't make money there. They take back the money.
So what about all those crazy that
That's it, SpongeBob. Now the noise.
stop
I'd like to go home now, please.
What is going on? I've had people who I've literally never spoken a word to. Alright? Trying to for 2 years straight. And I just don't want to say anything because you're weird. Because you're acting you're sad because you're a weirdo. Okay? I said this, I told this story before, back in the day. I had a fan that I know for a fact was like, and this is long. This was like early days, the first few years that I was on I don't okay. Fantasy you're having. This is never going to be reality in any circumstance. I have to tell you this now because I want you to understand that. I don't want you to ever have a misunderstanding or misconception of something or an expectation that something's going to happen and never will. That's unhealthy for you, and you should move on if that's the case. And that's actually what happened is eventually that person just split off from the community, moved on, and never spoke to me again. Which is probably better for them. If they were to that level of obsession, where they were having romantic, crazy thoughts, then yeah, you should. You should do a cold split is the best thing you can do.
This dude is so feminine, man. Like, why are you moving and talking with your hands so goddamn much, bro? My goodness. But let's unpack what he just said because it's absolutely ludicrous. So he's saying that one of his dates was so obsessed with him to the point that they wanted him romantically. Right? So this person was so mentally deprived, mentally delayed, isolated, alone, depressed, that they saw Phil as a beacon of hope and light. Think about that. To the point that they wanted to be and the same person that got into position, all of a sudden had enough mental fortitude to just break it off perfect. Does that make any sense to you?
I had my net.
So so completely
Nothing can stop me now. Hey, SpongeBob! Why don't you just give up? No one left to help you. No one left at all. It's the end of the king's bottom as we know it.
But not only was not the only time that happened, but that's not the only time that happened. Allegedly. So it wasn't the only one. That wasn't the only time. And I guarantee you there were times that I wouldn't be surprised if there was some pictures or
Down you go!
That's a bad idea, but did they listen?
Control. So you're not willing to do
Looking for me, I've never actually had anything escalate anything with this, and that's good. And maybe that's
my plans
the
today.
best choices I ever made was living where I live in a private community, being the private person that keeps to himself, doesn't go to conventions, doesn't do this kind of shit. Because who knows what could happen? universe of today. You never know.
It looks like Phil's acknowledging that his dents are actually dental. Because there's a simple thing about the fact that you know like a backdrop for this whole video is the interaction with a streamer and an audience member, right? So naturally that's a good idea when furthering the conversation. So Phil, what really are you saying?
It's not like it used to be back in the day when it was like safe to do shit. People are not. There's an entire generation of people who have grown up online for 100% of their life. Since they were children, they were online communities, online discussions, online videos, online streams, online their whole life is online.
These enormous forearms.
You are totally on the internet more than anyone else on the planet, and it's not even close. People can be on the internet and not be partaking in parasocial relationships. There's a lot of video games and/or mobile games that you can even play it, and you play it without even ever looking for a social
Refuse to lose. Process my patty. Cease your incessant flying around.
That's so weird to me because I grew up offline. I didn't think that the online existence even began. So for me, I had a whole human existence before everything went digital. And when everything went digital, now social communities you can join and be part of. And basically now I feel like our people are just so disconnected from reality.
Yeah, people like you. People like your dents. Y'all are the poster children for people who are disconnected from reality because, like I've said before, do you really think that Phil's dents, let's say the people who are related to them, do you think they know that their family members are actually watching Phil? I don't believe they do. I believe Phil is a guilty pleasure for a lot of them, that they hide. Almost like you hide an addiction, right? Because Phil, they're ashamed of you too. And I've seen some of them singing your praise. You know, they love you in private, but openly they cannot say that they care for you because they know that their family members will get wind of that shit and you get cut off.
They actually believe that their online existence is the most important thing. It's not. That's what I keep telling you guys too. Like when people say, well, I don't understand, Phil, how can you keep it up? How can you keep going the way you do with so many people talking shit about you online every day? I said, because you just said it because it's online. The moment that I disconnect my internet and I'm spending time with my wife, going out and doing stuff, none of that online shit matters ever.
So why is that what you talk about the second you get back from quote-unquote being with your wife? Why is that the focal point of most of your conversations? Is what's going on online or online tactics or something somebody did online. So nothing you're saying right here really makes any sense. You're on the computer far more time than you are around your wife.
Please come to say hello.
That's so disconnected from the real life from here. But a lot of people think that's real life. Well, that's computer. That's computer screen.
All these people who think that this is real life. Seriously,
There's no stopping me.
you cannot substantiate. What you're doing is projecting your against reality.
Now you try to combat.
But we know that's the only test bed where you look like people that you can draw real world experiences from. So you know that this doesn't make sense.
Soon, SpongeBob, you'll just be another story for my therapist. I'm winning because I'm aggressive.
Years. Never even died. But you got people who come to your stream every single
Nobody
day.
laughs, no
You
one.
want to talk to us about being totally online? You can cut it out.
This is my real life. My person here. What I'm doing with my wife. You know, we're having that's real life. Not virtual relationship relationship that you have with the streamer, that's not your real life. That's what you do with some of your free time. That's your real focus in life.
Well, how did you get cat? See, that's the other part that you're missing. You made the landlord on the road to you and the eyes of your dents because one of them made it. Because Captain Dent.
There's a car coming.
What she did is serve as an archetype. This is
real power.
And you use that to keep something at bay because I know you're ultimately directly preside over these relationships without allowing things to go too far and at the same time not allowing your dents to stray at the same time. So you're trying to do this whole balancing act. This is part of the reason why you stream so much and why you're so terrified that if it's going too long, that maybe the dents won't be there anymore, because it's really not that the dents are in love with you per se, even though we know they are. They really love what you represent, Phil. And for a time, you can sit in that stead and fulfill them. But if you were gone long enough, we all know that they'll move on to the next loud cow who they feel sorry for, or who they want to dominate with their money and make them go out in bed.
That parasocialism is way crazy and out of control. You see what I'm saying? And I think there's a lot of people who don't understand that. These are people who like, they're into this toxic culture of online either obsession or hatred. It's one or the other. If you like something so much you're obsessed with it, because you love it, or you're obsessed with it because you hate it. Either way is equally toxic. And either way, you're messing your mind up. You are, because that's not real. It's not real at all.
Well, you don't know what you're talking about. And what you're trying to do is what I see what the comic doesn't do in terms of how the society, in terms of that word hate. It's always one of the most challenge in about 7 to 10 years. So I'm up to the point where because there is a such thing as righteous where you should hate something and it's okay to hate, right? Because again, it's right now, if I told you this is a guy here who's been around for still shout out for the better part of 20 years, I think all of us within unison would agree that we hate him and you should. So the reason why things have digressed in society to the point that they have is because of people like Phil miscommunicating what the word hate actually means. Because a lot of times, people who struggle with that really have authority. They just struggle with controlling themselves in general, and they want to do what they want to do, and they want to go around acting like they can do, not taking in any correction. Because the second you tell them not to do something that they should not be doing, all of a sudden you quote unquote hate them. No, the people who are telling you what you should be doing actually love you. Okay? But Phil doesn't understand this because he's an emotionally charged person and he filters everything through his emotions. And because of that, we get these low levels of opinions. And an opinion is the lowest form of human intellect because it's really only backed by how we feel. Right? And we know Phil is intellectually lazy, so his claims, he just running his damn mouth. That's all I got for y'all. Peace.
Boogie2988. This is a name you've likely heard of if you have spent any time on the YouTube platform in the last decade and a half. Ladies and gentlemen of YouTube, Boogie2988 coming up with I'll give that. If the name Boogie2988 doesn't ring any bells, then his face may seem super familiar to you because it's an old video persona that used to be very popular in the early days of YouTube. Do you remember Francis? This stereotypical stereotypical, fat, angry gamer persona that Boogie would perform as was a huge hit on YouTube way back when. However, with how he has been acting recently in the current day and age, I'm starting to believe that Francis was less of a character and more of an insight into the kind of person Boogie truly is. Once seen as the Mr. Rogers of YouTube, Boogie has gone through great lengths to fully destroy his reputation and transform himself into a full-on lawbreaker. From pulling a gun on Frank Castle,
30 seconds under fire warning. Fire it now! Fire the warning shot now!
to losing all of his money from his prostitute addiction and crash cryptocurrency investments, and now, even more recently, being caught faking a cancer diagnosis.
It's fine, Boogie. Just admit it's not my fault. I can send you blood tests. I can give you blood test results. He doesn't have it on the board.
And these are just some of the many controversies Boogie has found himself involved in throughout his career. His narcissistic need to make everything about himself while simultaneously doing or saying anything to make himself look good is the reason behind his terrible reputation today. This is the story of Boogie 2988's well-deserved downfall. Boogie 2988, whose real name is Stephen Jason Williams, was born on July 24th, 1974, making him 50 years old at the time of making this video. During his youth, he grew up in St. Paul, Virginia, with his two siblings and his parents. Boogie's childhood is self-described as a troubling one, growing up with a mentally ill, abusive mother and an alcoholic father that would also mistreat him. The levels of abuse he faced from his parents is something that is always called into question because the stories Boogie has told about it have dramatically changed throughout his time on YouTube, seeming to fluctuate from saying he was just mentally and physically abused in the beginning and going as far as claiming he was raped by his father later on in the future. Boogie also claims during his childhood
Urban style individual.
What's up with y'all? Hopefully this video finds you in good spirits, and if not, well, at least you're not DSP. And I want to say a few things before we get into the video. First and foremost, it's 1,000 of you crazy mother who decided to sub to my channel. Y'all must be just as crazy as I am. Because why else would you sub to my channel?
Chase through the streets of Bikini Bottom. Will our heroes manage to escape? And will the chase ever end? I hope not. I get paid by the word, you know.
But I want to give a shout out to Detractor Red. He started a really good idea on the show, this channel, doesn't quite understand what she said.
Do you know what I've been through to catch that patty?
She doesn't understand. So let's get into it.
Watch your own back.
Taste of real power.
Why doesn't anyone ask me about the history of YouTube and being a YouTuber for 17 years? Why doesn't anyone ask me about the history of the Street Fighter community and what it was like growing up in grassroots Street Fighter, traveling to tournaments, organizing them, playing in them, and all of that. Why does anyone ask me about anything that I have something to add to? Instead, it's, hey,
Finally, it's SpongeBob versus Plankton in a
Well,
pitched
number
battle
one,
here in
maybe
Bikini
because there's no
Bottom.
real market
Will our
for
heroes
somebody
bring
to hear about
Plankton
50-year-old
crashing
man
to the
talking about
ground,
20-year-old
or will
games.
they
I'm just
just
saying.
annoy him a bit?
And you felt like it was such a market for something like that. Why haven't you used your platform to create that environment so you can talk about those things for somebody else? You talk about those things at length on your podcast all the time, but essentially what you're getting at is trying to parrot in public bad information or not something that people can use right now that they can actually implement into their life. That's going to live in their life in any meaningful way. Seek that information.
Think your puny blade can dislodge me?
you know, when you said this particular insulting recently on screen, right? We want to ask you insulting have nothing to do with my
Well, for people to ask you about what you said on the screen 7 years ago, because you are largely still approximating that. So they're asking you for something like this, and when you look at your progression, you really haven't changed that much. Now, if somebody asks you that and you were divorced from those things, meaning you had actually grown and learned from those things, you would not be scared of having conversations about those things because your progress would be reflected. And since you are still close to doing those things, it feels as if somebody is trying to about you, which is the real reason why you don't want to talk about those things.
The only reason people usually ask me if they're content is they want to keep on shitty line. They just take pot shots at me for drama and have to defend myself. No! There's nothing to defend. I've done nothing. I literally have explained and answered everything you want to. There's nothing else to do. Everything's good. Okay? That's why Curtis staying out of the drama has allowed me to have a lot of fun here. This year, I got out of all the drama. Right? I completely removed myself from the drama. On purpose. I and they were upset. They were so upset when I removed myself out of
My
it.
flagella.
Are you okay, Plankton?
I think I suffered mild abrasions and maybe some light
If somebody
grazing.
becomes an alcoholic,
Poor giant microscopic organism. Put it in your hand.
They were the reason why they were drinking. Nobody made them do that. That's a choice that
Oh
you made.
no, allow me!
As an adult, you deal with what comes with the choices that you make. And sometimes it's not going to be favorable. But you would like to try to twist things and turn them so they can perpetuate your narratives. And this is why people still ask you about these things, because the
Patrick
intrigue
Starfish
is still there.
versus Giant
Because
Plankton.
people know that you still haven't told them the truth.
Very upset with me. Okay? But I got out of the drama.
How could I sleep at a time like this? Well, must be a panic reflex, I guess.
Fun, awesome sport.
Yeah.
It's good.
I mean, you complain on the loop anyway. That's one of the things that you're actually known for. Here you are acting so people are not seeing what you're seeing. What you're really seeing. He's watching, or what his definition of complaining is, because you're trying to be constrained. That's all it is.
So why in the holy hell would I want to now say, hey, oh, you're on the show until you come on drama? No, look, get it? For me, it's different. There's a lot of people out there on the internet who are afraid that they don't get any kind of attention or support from anyone because it cause drama. I'm actually the opposite. You understand? The more that I stay away from it and I focus on getting into me and more that's when I thrive.
It's just you don't have control versus the extra person in the camera that you're going back and forth with. But you're actually going back and forth with yourself a lot of times, like you're doing right now. And you're also going back and forth with dates. We regularly have date wars that play out right in front of us. So they might not be
Here's the winner, right? The truth is, I got I was in last year. I was jumped in this rock. I got out. I got randomly set up. I got awesome support from two different streaming services. I got watching support every single day. When are you gonna play this game? When are you gonna do this? When are you gonna do this?
Notice how he says roadmap and things he mentioned, military things, his job is not going to work. Because they probably came back because whatever guy or e-girl that they were trying to get attention started to ignore them now, so they fall back to you. Go ahead.
Right? So I'm happy. Why? Because let's get out of that. Says go back to drama. So that way I can solve my regular relationship. You know what I mean? I would have documented it all. Now, there's really nothing to talk about. What goes up must come down.
We don't need any of that. What you do on stream is plenty. So you can keep all that to yourself. In fact, you can take Cat completely out of the equation. People could let's act as if Cat never even existed. There's still a stockpile, a complete archive of you acting a damn fool on a daily basis. We were talking about we don't have anything. We're just making up things. Phil, I started my channel in June of this year. That was like 3-4 months ago. And some of your biggest meltdowns have come since I have been creating content. So what are you talking about, man? Once again, this guy making up narratives to not only convince his dents, but to also convince himself.
They don't grasp these straws. Or the stuff that they're trying to do to make drama, I'm not a drama guy. You know what I'm saying? So, there's nothing to do. They have to learn you idiots bringing up certain detractors. Yes, now tell me, out of all the things that those detractors are bringing up, say, how much of it is true, and how much of it is gross over-exaggeration, purposefully taking things out of context, completely extrapolating on shit, to say that it's something that it's not. Probably 80%. Maybe, arguably, I make a mistake here or there, I say something stupid, I play something, I rage at a certain person in the chat that pissed me off. It's not every day.
That's a bold-faced lie. And this is why people don't take you seriously when you speak, because you think that you saying something is going to overrule what people actually saw you do. Like you some type of mage or something, casting a spell on people, bro. Hypnosis does not work on normal people, Phil, as much as you would like it to. This man really said that he's not flipping out on people every single day. Phil, that is the bulk of your content. If you're not talking about money, you're complaining about money, or you're spazzing out on somebody because they don't like something that you're doing. Let's be real.
It's almost never, ever they make shit up. Constantly. So I pay no attention to any of it. I'm not kidding you.
So if you make up things constantly, can you give us some examples? Right? I mean, this should be very simple because we do it constantly according to him, even though he pays no attention to it. How can both those things be true? How can you be aware of all these things being made up about you, but at the same time have no knowledge of it? Look at his face, man. Phil is so disingenuous, man. You can just feel it oozing off of him. He's the type of person, man, you know, back in the day when your grandmother, uncle, or auntie would send you to the store with a $10 bill or something, and they tell you to get something, and they tell you to get yourself something, they bring you back no change. Phil's the guy that would go to the store, the little kid that would go to the store with a $10 bill and come back with no change and try to convince the person who gave him money that whatever he got for himself took up all the remainder, knowing that he got this guy $2 or $3 in his pocket. That's not the guy Phil is. That's not the guy that takes the wallet.
It's only when you guys come to my chat that I need to be aware of any of that stuff. Okay? So here's the truth. If someone said right to me, reached out to me right now and said, hey Phil, we'd be interested in having you on our show because we're going to be talking about the history of YouTube. And right now, some interesting stuff is going on with YouTube in regards to ad changes, right? These videos now they're not being used anymore for videos that are on ad block. And being that you've been in the business for 17 years, you probably have a lot of data, you probably have a lot of interesting things to talk about. You come on the show, part of the talk all about this topic. Sure.
That would be interesting, perhaps. Maybe. So selecting people who really overcome this feeling. This one has a lot and over time, like a DeMarcus Russell or somebody, and they talk about their experiences and how immature they were and the bad decisions that they made, right? So it puts them in a different place to where what they're saying makes sense because they're telling you, hey, this is how you avoid the things that I did. Don't be how I was at 21. They're not making excuses for the things that they did. They're outright telling you I was wrong. So therefore, the information would make sense because you're telling people don't do this. Phil just want to sit there and grandstand and act like he knows everything about these topics that people are really not interested in.
What was it like to be going to the early Evos and things like that? You know, I have a wealth of knowledge. Wealth of knowledge. No one asks for that. It's
well, you alienated yourself from the only community that at one point would have had you, which is the fighting game community. The things that you desire right now that you just mentioned, you could be doing on a daily basis. You could have been hosting shows. You could have been the opener of certain shows. They could have been shout-outs and stuff like that. You see that with Maximum and Justin Long. I'm not too much that because those are his contemporaries. On one on the YouTube side and on one in the fighting game community. Those are his contemporaries. And you see they have more of the OG moonlighting role when they come in and they feel special to the fighting game community because they're relics, they're OGs, and that's how it's supposed to be. But in order for you to get that respect, you must first give it. And you don't understand that. You have a very parasitical nature about you where everything that you do with another human is one-sided and everything's going your way and nothing's going out. You're not reciprocal. So why would anybody do anything for you?
always toxic shit. Can we talk about this dirty laundry from, 10 years ago? What about this comment that you made on the screen out of context from 40 weeks ago that sounds horrible when it's out of context? What about this thing about the wife? No, fuck you. I just have no interest in you. Zero. So that's what I mean. If anyone wants to talk to me individually, I'm always available. But who wants to? And the truth is, and I said this recently, I have, in the last year, I reached out to several different artists who I thought I would be interested in working with. Whether it was gameplay, whether it was being on a show or a podcast or a panel discussion about many different topics. That's all I'm interested in topics that I thought something bad. Okay? Admittedly, sometimes I don't get any response at all. Okay, they think that I'm nobody. They don't give a shit, right? But you'd absolutely be surprised at the amount of people who did respond. And the response that I got every time was, oh, you're serious? Because, wow, that would be an interesting piece of content. You have to understand, dude, you were one of those stars on the internet. If we do a show now, that now means you can expect that our show, our staff involved, everyone on our Discord, and everyone will be now harassed by your detractors. Stop keeping them. It's just...
That's nonsense. They want you to perpetuate these narratives to make yourself look like he's some type of victim. The people who responded to you were being professional. They gave you the company line. But I guarantee you, when we showed your email or email to one of your homeboys, they're complaining and said to themselves, no way in hell I would ever do content of any kind with DSP. They just didn't tell you that. And the people who did not respond to you saw that and just took my goodness, hell, I'm stepping it all together. But the other ones thought, you know what,
What's going on? We
least,
saw
they
the
just
light.
let you down easily. So you can let that go to your head and try to frame it as if people are still manipulating others. But the truth of the matter is, nobody would benefit from you appearing on your show talking about anything.
You are no match for my cowardness.
Get harassed by someone, and we're not. Right? We can't have like our content saying we're like a show and we can't have a problem. We don't want to be involved. So it's not me. It's not my mom. I mean, but it's not me. You know, all that that's what's bothering me. We don't want to have a piece of that vortex. We don't want to be a piece of it at all. We want to stay away from the vortex.
And they're smart. That makes sense. Because once again, like I said, nobody will benefit from you being on there, only from you being on the platform. The only person that will benefit from being on the platform is you. That's a fact. And you would like to point out side scrollers, but when you look at side scrollers and what they're doing now, they're far removed from most people. You're not even thinking about them. They're full speed ahead. And I bet you feel sorry about that because for the longest time, they love to think that you feel like this piece of content that you do with side scrollers was the biggest piece of content. But you don't think, damn, I can go other places to generate numbers for drama purposes, but on my own streams, less than 1% of my subscriber base is actually engaging with my content. It's crazy.
Which I'm like, well, I don't know what to say. I can't make the vortex go away. And this is also when people say you have to cultivate a positive community around your content. I would love to. But the problem is whenever a newcomer comes to my content and they start watching and engaging and supporting, all my trolls contact them and say, why are you supporting DSP? Why are you saying positive things about it? And then they go to their Twitter, and then they go to their Blue Sky account, and they go to their Facebook, and they go to their TikTok, and they go to their Instagram, and they go to their YouTube channel, and they go to their Twitch channel, and they harass the fuck out of them.
That is not harassing, even though you would like to try to frame it. Because the internet is very much out. Nobody has to be here hearing or seeing anything because you can just choose not to partake.
Hello,
But
and
what
welcome
they
to
are
tonight's
actually
live
doing
edition of
is informing
World's
people of the
Greatest
latest
Rooftop
scammer.
Encounter.
And that's another thing that they ask me. Talking about them harassing them, but what they're doing is saying, hey, you may or may not be familiar with some of his antics. We know that you may be suffering from acute prognosis. It does have early onset, so we understand. But hey, this is how this is going to go down. And here is almost 20 years of proof to show it. That's what's happening.
So no, I want nothing to do with that. Dan, I didn't know it was so serious watching PSP and trying to make comments parties now that I can keep around the whole time on the internet. And then they leave. You cannot put me in a community when you're surrounded by and there's nothing I can do. I've given up. They're never going to listen. They're never going to listen. So I just go on my merry way and do what I can. And sadly, I have collaborations they're not going to have. So I can reach out and say, hey, would you do this with us? Would you work with us? And they always fight, oh God. So forget it.
This is beautiful. Now, imagine you in the past years, you can't even get a comment. Nobody in the country it's not happening. So all this wealth of knowledge that you have, it's only valuable that people are seeking. Nobody cares about what you're talking about because it's not real information. What can somebody do with tech from 20 years ago and true technology? What can somebody do with explaining the algorithm for 15 years ago? What can he do with that information? It doesn't exist. We don't know about this around the world. We know that. We just subscribe
I received a $5 tip. Let's see. It says, humility is a fantastic quality. If you have that, to admit that you have a dream job, and that's the reason 6 a.m. hard job. Of course I have. Boy, really, this is my dream job. Master my because I decided.
You should probably ask for against that because the way DSP gaming works, bids are not viewers, they are employees. And in life, you do have a lot of time, you have a lot of money, but you seldom have a lot of both. But if you are a DSP bid, or a happy viewer of his, you better have both, which makes no sense at all. So we can sit up here and talk about this is his dream job, but every time we see you in the performance of your duties, you're crying and whining about it. I mean, you're sitting in a chair recording yourself. It could not get more sedentary than what it already is, which leads me to believe that if you were put in any other setting doing any other thing, you would crash and burn almost immediately. There's probably plenty of jobs out there that you wouldn't even make it to noon because you're talking about you work fast food and you worked as, what do you say, customer service, right? So you had a job as a teenager working fast food more than likely. And I heard about that common story too, because before, you were talking about your role was far more important than what it actually is. When the truth is, you were just answering the phone. Right? And you put your hands to do that correctly. And that's when you're talking to people crazy, having an attitude, complaining about when can you finally go home, probably texting me bad about how boring it was. You a big ass kid.
Or you just a number on a freaking spreadsheet, and the moment that it benefits that company more, they just cut you. Right? Or they reduce your hours, take down your pay, or your benefits, or your bonus, or whatever it may be. Who cares? You're just an asset. Cut the ass. Right? That's what it's like. I know. I've been there. And I'm sorry. But that's what it's like for most people when they work. I know how
So if that's the case, why are you so unappreciative? Why haven't you done anything to just give to show how you appreciate? You can talk about it all day long, but I'm not going to sit here and be overly concerned with what you say. I'm going to watch what you do. Because I'll give you a scenario real quick. If you were doing something, you got hurt, like that car accident, you were running in the street, you go to the hospital, somebody ran up on you, and they just started screaming. Then another person comes up in a car, grabs you, they don't say a word, they put you in the car, and they take you to the hospital. You didn't hurt you. Right? So, when people talk about putting a DSP, action work. That's something that you can put out there to make things look better than they actually are. You have to show that you are appreciative and do being reciprocal. What you're only going to do is you have to do anything to substitute information. You're getting any of your errands, so you're trying to send memorabilia from your closet. You don't do anything, you don't sign anything, you don't have membership-only situations, even though you ask for memberships all the time. You don't do anything you do. You're doing anything.
Prince style concert. I'm good.
Things aren't looking as peachy as I thought. Did I win?
Yay! Thank you for trying, Patrick, old pal. But it looks like we've made it to Shangri-La.
Not Shangri-La, mein peripherous friend, but a manifestation of your nocturnal subconsciousness.
Look at the secret sleepy seeds and all level swamp racers for Hypnotic Highway.
And you say that you have been experiencing dreams, hmm? Dreams that are vivid and peculiar?
Yeah, that is exactly it.
May I ask, what were you eating before you fell asleep?
Krabby Patty, I guess.
I love Krabby Patties. I too indulged in a crumb, a mere morsel, mind you, of succulent Krabby Patty.
Well then, the circumstances are quite clear. The particular chemical composition of these Krabby Patties must have affected your unconscious biorhythms and so altered your dreams. This is not uncommon with the Krabby Patty Snickers, especially late at night.
How do you know so much about Krabby Patties, Doctor?
Is it not obvious?
I am that Krabby Patty. If we ever want to wake from this living nightmare, I suggest we catch that patty.
He's right. After that Krabby Patty.
Wait a minute. That guy wasn't a guy at all. Oh, he was the Krabby Patty.
You join us at the mind-bending Carnival Raceway for what promises to be an unusual race.
It all looks perfectly normal to me, Rick.
Wait up, guys. Long that rocket, Patrick. Oh no! The clams! Nice ship, Octopus. I don't know what that doctor was talking about. This is all perfectly normal. Don't want to be squished. Watch out, worm dudes. This must be the right side. Spooky. Whoa! Well, that just isn't fair. Oh no! The clams! I've let you down, Mrs. Bug. What's it like being in my room, Patrick? I bet it's pretty cool.
Oh, don't be silly, Dream SpongeBob. My dream, not yours.
You certainly don't see that every day.
Not unless you live here, which you don't.
dunderhead like you must know it's my tree. No, man, SpongeBob is really going forward in this race.
He certainly is, Rick. And that's because he knows that the prize for winning is this wondrous man trophy.
And not only that, Dale, the only way this guy is going to win from his dream is by his victory on the track.
That sure is a tough break, Rick.
But today wasn't weird enough. Now I'm racing through my own subconscious.
We have a letter here from an asmongold. He asked, what's the strangest race you ever won?
I'd say without a shadow of a doubt, it might be this one.
Well, I can't disagree with you there.
Love that rocket, Patrick.
Hey, look, SpongeBob, you're in my tree.
I hate to disappoint you, but it's definitely my dream. Got to beat Plankton.
It's my dream. That means I get to beat you.
Sorry, Plankton, no can do. This dream is all mine.
You think of SpongeBob to pull it off again?
I think that's fun. Rick, he's a modern-day superstar.
Plankton, what are you doing in my head? My subconscious still wants octopi. Oh yeah! Feel the skill, people! Love that rocket, Patrick! Nice to see you, big guy! Still right?
I have another letter from a Mr. E. Crab. He asked, where's me fry cook? Ha ha ha! Very good question.
A very good question indeed.
I've let you down, Mrs. Bud. This must be a dream. I'm driving like a pro. Hey, I guess this was a dream after all. What a vivid imagination I have. Now to get you back to the Krusty Krab where you belong.
We want Krabby Patties.
Yeah, where's our food? Sorry I'm late. Stand aside. Ta-da!
Hey, stupid! I said without relish.
One Krabby Patty, no relish coming, right? Why is everybody staring at me? Have I always had this shell? Meow. Ah.
Okay, that's weird. So I guess I must have finished it. Won't let me continue.
There have been a lot of case and character studies on individuals done on YouTube. However, this particular person, I couldn't believe the rabbit hole that I wandered into. Thanks to Review Tech USA and his streaming channel, RTU Streams, I was introduced to Philip Burnell, or Darkside Phil, with his two active channels, DSP Gaming and DSP Reacts. Thanks, Rich. The further down the rabbit hole I went down, the more questions that I had, and the more that I realized how much Phil is his own worst detractor. There's already a lot of videos, both in long form and short 5 to 10 minute videos alike, that have covered a vast majority of Phil, from the positive to the negative aspects of him. However, for this video, I wanted to focus on a very specific question that Phil himself had asked before.
Why am I toxic?
Breaking down the different aspects that can hopefully help to answer this question. I'm going to try to remain as objective as I can be with the context of which I will discuss. However, I will end up giving my criticism where necessary, with the majority of the criticism coming from Phil himself, all within the context of the discussion, especially because Phil has issues with things being taken out of context.
You always say things are out of context, but all the clips about you are legit uncut clips from your streams with no editing whatsoever. You have no clue what context means, do you?
For those wanting to skip around to a specific topic, there will be discussion timestamps down in the video description. And I want to go ahead and thank numerous channels for clipping a lot of the videos which will be shown today. All of those channels will be linked down in the description as well. I can imagine that there will be some points that I have missed, especially some clips that I should have seen before this video went live. But please do understand, in the making of this video, I have now consumed over 100 hours of Phil content, and that includes the stuff from his quote-unquote detractors, and also his own videos such as his Level 1 podcast and his gaming content. And there's only so much content that one can take in the very brief time that I spent making this video. With all that said, let's dive into the dark side of Phil.
To try to give you a taste of things to come. Detractor, hate watchers, stalker, scumbag, trollish idiots try to derail my stream.
Oh shit, here we go again.
I'm going to discuss the idea of expectations versus reality, and I truly believe that actions speak louder than words. And it's easy to simply just say what it is that you want to do. However, actions can show a completely different intention compared to what is being said. To get familiar with Phil, let's hear from the man himself.
Hello, hi, I'm Phil Burnell.
On the very key aspects of his business, to understand his point of view. What is his business?
I'm a gamer. I'm here to play games and show you guys the games and have fun with games. That's my primary focus. That's what I want to do as a content creator. I'm here to put out fun content that's honest and meaningful to you. It's supposed to be a fun, casual atmosphere. 15 years I've been a YouTuber. And at no point during that time period did I ever decide to sell out. I've actually strived to stay independent for 15 years. I'm here to be passionate, to make real content, to have good social interactions with a community who cares. I'm putting out great content for you and you're enjoying it for free. I do literally everything to not make money.
How is Phil now compared to his past?
I am so different than how I used to be. You know, when you make content for 15 years, you go through several different stages and evolutions. And, you know, when I started on YouTube way back when, it was all about being a character. It was about over-exaggerating. It was about being dramatic. It was about saying the risque thing that's going to get people talking. What did Darkside Phil say in his playthrough today? Are you kidding me? I can't believe he said that. But what happens is over time, things change. I'm just trying to put out fun stuff for you guys. As you know, I've tried to change to be a better person because I've grown. I've become way more mature and intelligent in my head. I've become much wiser. Well, wait, here we go. I've worked my ass off. I changed who I am. I'm a different kind of content creator. All the things that they had issue with me. This is why they do it to me, right? We don't like Phil for this. Okay, I'll change all of that.
What is support?
It's going to probably be a slow night, right? Because what I mean by slow is contributions, all right?
Where does support come from?
I'm a crowdfunded individual. I don't do it alone. It's through a community of people, right?
In what ways can people support him?
We get 100 likes and I do my sleep bubble blow for you guys. Tipping is a great way to support the channel. And tips are important because tips are basically support I get right now. Super chats, super stickers, super thanks, memberships, and gifted memberships. And I'm sure if you were to do something, for example, give some memberships, right? People are going to be very happy. That's something that helps the whole community. It's not just about me, it's about everyone benefiting. Having access to the emotes, being able to talk as much as they want in the chat, getting the cool chat crown badge to show your support, you know, what level of crown you have is really cool. It's all these cool benefits, right? So please consider it. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm not saying you have to do anything. My content is free and always will be. Now we have 3 tiers of gold, $50 gold, $100 gold, and $150 gold. It's gunner glasses at 50, a hat of your choice at 100, and a vest of your choice at 150. We have 16 hats, and we have 10 vests in the rotation. If we get big contributions, I'll probably take a shot at the event is basically anyone who contributes a large contribution, a large tip, I'll take a shot. So we'll see how many shots I take for my anniversary celebration, if I can slosh or not, alright?
Yes, if you tip $100, I will do a live shot. And I will do that until basically I feel like I had too much and I shouldn't do it anymore.
But I always aim to try to get around, 100 between the streams. And it'd be great if tonight we could maybe see a hat. Because if we didn't get one earlier today, that's the $100 tips go, right? It's all about what you guys want to do. So let's see.
What is his take on drama content?
No fucking drama. I'm staying out of it permanently. I'm not doing any of that shit ever again. I've moved on from drama. I don't do nothing at all.
What are his streams like?
Well, I'm ready for some chill fun.
Does Phil make mistakes? And if so, does he ever own up to them?
It's not fair because I've done absolutely nothing wrong whatsoever. Tell me what I'm doing wrong right now, right? That's so heinous. What have I done? I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct. Probably about 80 to 90% of the time that something goes wrong for me, it's because someone else was incompetent or didn't do their job. Just being honest.
Does he know why his streams may be slow?
Support today has been slow. I don't know why.
Does he frequently mention that he needs support on his stream?
I swear to you, I'm not going to mention this a lot today. So I promise you all, I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to see content. As you see, guys, not a lot of support. Feel your destiny.
Does he care about the growth of his channel, the views that his videos get, his subscribers, as well as his membership growth?
It's that simple. Trying to keep a safe environment, a nice positive environment for everyone around you. Okay? Cool. Views. I don't want to be Mr. Views.
Can't believe Phil's still talking about views.
Views.
Yeah, views.
Today, views don't really matter to me. When I was gone, this stream was dead. All it was going was playing music and had the pre-roll slides. We had over 280 viewers. Now that I started playing the game for the last 20-some minutes, we have 270 viewers. We had more viewers when I was not playing this game. Well, the videos on YouTube aren't getting any views. And just to give you some perspective, yesterday Signalis was my main gameplay stream. Those videos have been live since roughly 4 or 5 p.m. yesterday. One of them has 175 views. One of them has 200. One of them does have 300 views, but the reason it has 300 views is it was the last video, and always the last video I upload in this segment gets a boost of views. No one's watching this playthrough. We're going to see actual, real, organic growth here on the channel. So at this point, I want us to see we have 138 members or something like that over there. So the record is 140. Becoming a channel member or gifting membership to the community is a great way to help out. I have been
Has he been made aware of how people outside of his community may think of him?
So today, the interactive
Yeah, you can't do it anymore because you're not making that money. So you have this light up to hold on the internet. People call you out on that. You're like, oh, I've seen the light. And days later, oh, guys, I need your help. Please like my content. Please, give me super chats, give me tips, give me everything, give me all your money so I can go out and get groceries.
The worst thing you can do is value, is look at your audience as a dollar, right? And
that doesn't cost any money though, doing another stream, reacting. That's just making it normal.
command ship is dead ahead.
Anyway.
Look, you notice the shields. You know how rude it is to ask for money? I'm not trying to do it. I'm a good way to get some weird stuff. Things are getting better.
The Chancellor isn't in this thing. We have
Now
to
that we
move
have a
on.
clear understanding of how to use
Try mixing light and heavy attacks.
Thanks for the tip. Scrap metal. See Phil for how to do it. Mind you, everything that
Watch
you're
yourself,
going
we've
to
got company.
straight from the horse's
Stay
mouth.
down.
Let's go ahead and revisit some of those topics again. In reality, what did you receive?
Oh, now we get behind this. Use the force, Anakin. The
We're
device.
so dumb, it's nothing back to Laura. Does he do it for the love of her? Of course I did. I certainly would not be here today if I didn't know what I did.
Deflect their fire. R2, see if you can get those catwalks moving. R2 needs some cover. Use combination attacks against those super battle droids.
Tell me something I don't know.
It's my business.
Federation droids.
I don't think so.
That's the work that's
That should get me by for a while.
not it.
Clumsy machine.
Nice work, R2.
Hurry, we still have a mission to complete.
Let's stay down.
No backtracking now. We can't stay here fighting droids, Anakin.
These droids again. Forces telling me something there.
You don't listen to any criticism, you don't listen to any feedback, you don't take in any kind of, responses from your audience. You don't have anything resonate.
We must
You
use
do
the
whatever you
force
want
to
all
move
day.
this wreckage.
You tell me how quickly you make a living doing it.
This debris is too heavy. I can't lift it alone.
Figure
I'm on
the
it.
internet. Everyone knows that. Apple. And Apple, here,
Your lightsaber can deflect their fire. Back. Is that all you got? We don't have time to play around here. Hurry. We still have a mission to complete.
R2, see what you can do about those shields. He says the droids have activated lockout protocol.
Is there any way around it?
There's a shut-off in that landing grid over there. I'll take care of it.
We need to access the control console.
Cock and ball. The name of the side mission is Cock and Ball.
I'm honest. I'm ready for anything now. Hold on. I sense.
No, they gotta be fucking with us now. The name of the side mission is Cock and Ball. What the fuck is that?
That did it.
This has gotta be a joke. You're fucking with me, man. Cock and Ball? What the fuck? Yeah, it's a fully immersive world, alright. Yeah. The world of Cock and Balls.
I'll take care of it. I was wondering when they'd show up.
I hope you're having a good time.
No challenge at all. Is that the best you've got?
Use the force to jump from here.
Okay, I'll
Force jump, Anakin.
Behind you. Watch those snipers. I can handle this.
You make this too easy. How is it not that? Force jump, Anakin. What did you mean? Oh no,
I'll cover our two. You take those snipers out. One step ahead of you, Master.
I'm telling you, scrap. I need some assistance over here. Use the force.
You guys allow me to do it the way I want to do it.
R2, shut those shields down.
2 years that I've been YouTuber, I have not had to change any of my methods. I've not had to change the format of my videos, right? To change so I can't do long form gameplay anymore, but instead I have to different stuff. Basically, I take care of myself. I don't have to fucking grade myself like some people want me to do. I don't have to take a $50,000 paycheck to do some dumbass lol power.
Use combination attacks against those super battle droids.
Are his streams really chill and positive as you think them to be?
The trollish idiots now want to try to get there. For either hate watchers or, stalkers know that out there. I'm not gonna let what a bunch of fucking idiots say dictate me or my enjoyment or my content whatsoever. This is from your perspective.
Another junk pile. Nice work, R2.
Fuck those people. I don't give a fuck about them. Fuck you. I'm gonna play what I want.
Done it.
You are so fucking stupid. Everyone else can do that. Feel suck.
The chancellor's waiting.
You want to clip a section?
We can
clip
handle
this
this
one,
too.
bitches.
You stay
and
here
to the
with the
fucking piece of shit who does a super chat and threatens me in chat. How about you go fuck yourself, you fucking human piece of fucking fecal matter? You're gonna fucking threaten me in my fucking chat. Go fuck yourself, you mentally ill, challenged idiot. Fuck you. Alright, Josh, you're banned now too, since you're gonna fucking be a piece of shit too. Fuck off. Yeah, I'm just gonna let people come into my chat and threaten me. Okay, yeah, it sounds like a good idea, right? Everyone shut up about someone being banned in the chat. That's not what we're here for. I'm trying to talk and learn and interact with you guys about stuff this week. And, oh, someone got banned. Did you hear you got banned? Oh, he's banned. He's banned. Shut the fuck up. What are you, 4 years old? Shut up. I'm here to have a party, not to dick around with immature idiots. I'm not fucking around. I'm getting rid of everyone who's doing this right now. See, I'm done with this shit. Here we go. Goodbye. Goodbye. Who's next? Goodbye. Gotta sit here and listen to a bunch of fucking idiots to derail my streams. No, not on my day back, fuckers. Banned, 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 banned. Gone. Forever. We'll see how it works when you come back to the fucking community night and see how welcome you are. Because we know your name. His fucking Twitter account is the same exact avatar that he's fucking using for this troll account on my website. Oh, by the way, I have your IP, I have your name, and I have your address. So, congratulations. You fucked up. You really did be off one on Twitter. I have all your fucking personal information. Now, I'm going to say this up front. I'm not going to give it out. I'm not going to give it out. This is not a doxing video. I do not condone. I will never give out someone's personal information or anything like that whatsoever. However, understand something. I got you. It sounds like a threat, right? That's the first time I've
Sure
heard
does.
since I said it.
Pretty sure it was a threat. Yeah.
Okay.
That is definitely a threat.
That is, I mean, okay. No, it's not.
That's a threat, dude.
He's correct. He was venting anger.
Thank you.
We've got an official 100% huge motherfucking bitch. Smoking Dragon is the biggest bitch I've fought in Street Fighter 6 so far. I completely outplayed him and he fucking rage quit. Wow. Well, that's immortalized. And immediately you get a dickhead like ITTJ. I'm gonna read it because I've had enough and it's permanently banned now. You want us to give you money to see your parents? Fuck you, Jay. How about that? Fuck you. What you said in the tip is so incredibly stupid. It's remarkable how dumb you are to say that on my stream. Like I'm not going to address it. He's a complete piece of dog shit human. What a scumbag motherfucker. Here you go. You cock sucker. Enjoy, you human fecal matter duty face. Take that, you piece of trash. Why are you on a stream of a game?
Two Jedi abandoned the main hangar bay.
Just so, you never earned it. She just fucking sat there, in lag, fucking giving away this laggy shit. You just need to, you absolutely have to regret it. Run away like a cow.
Don't worry, Master. I'm not worried. This will be no problem. Did I say I was worried?
How does he handle being asked tough questions, whether by his peers or by his audience?
No, Chad, I'm not recording those games to try to help my life, and I'm not going to have to document every single moment of my life.
Chamber 7, activate containment doors, lockdown protocol initiated.
Alright. Now I'm worried.
Beggars can't be choosers, right? Since I'm a horrible beggar on the internet, I can't be telling people that, you know, oh, how dare you super chat, right? No, it's all good. Because not everything in my life is going to be 100% transparent or something that I'm going to share with you. But there is stuff going on behind the scenes you guys don't know about. Lots of stuff you guys actually don't know about. And that's for good reason. What the fuck is your problem? It's none of your business anyway. Shut the fuck up.
What does his support look like?
Alright, we're going to get started soon, guys. It would be great if you could support the stream tonight in any way. It's critical that you guys support the content whatever way you can. Really, if I don't get support on these streams, it sucks because that means that I'm not making anything on the videos. If you'd like to support my final stream of the week, please do in any way. I will give you a shout out. Last chance, if you'd like to support the stream in any way, I would appreciate it. Guys, thanks for being here. It would be great if you could support the stream in some way. But outside of that, any support would be appreciated. It would be great if you could support tonight's stream. You've been asking me non-stop for variety. So I'm giving you variety. I'm giving you what you want tonight. It would be great if you could support that, okay? We have about an hour left on the stream. Please support the stream. You guys have been asking me non-stop for more variety content. Guys, we've got about 15 minutes left. Okay? Any last minute support would be appreciated. This has actually been one of my least supported streams in history. I don't know what gives with that, honestly. I will say this, if you enjoy it, consider supporting it, because like I said, the stream did bring a super chat, but everything else is kind of dead. I'm really reliant on you know, basically bringing in as much money as I can on streams, and if I have a slow time or whatever, it stresses me out. I'm completely out of money, and I need to pay at least 3 to 4 more bills. Today, we really have almost no support at all. Guys, it would be really great if you could support the stream today. We have had a very slow support stream, I don't know why. I don't like having this game be my lowest supported stream, being honest. It's such a great game. You guys have asked for it for years. I wanted to play it for years. It kind of sucked. You know that this is sadly a game that people aren't really digging. I don't know. We have another hour left, okay? I'm just going to be doing story, as you can see. It would be great if we get some more contributions in particular. Like I told you guys at the beginning of the stream tonight, I really need help with tips right now. I've got my day off on Monday and then big bills coming up right after. So tips would be preferred. Today, views don't really matter to me. I don't care if I have 200 viewers on the stream for Chrono Trigger. I really don't. It's not a big deal. Chrono Trigger did not get great support last night. I'm nervous that what's going to end up happening is this game ends up being the slow game and it doesn't get support. And what if there's a day when also the other stream I'm doing doesn't get support? That's going to be a concern. And I will be honest with you guys. I would hope that you know, there's some support tonight as well. I did notice the last couple of community nights that the support was lower than other standard streams I'm doing. You know, this is a service I'm doing just to you guys. I could easily be just doing ranked and ranking up. I did all that investment, so it would be great if you could support the stream. Being very honest and a heads up, I am really badly off financially right now. Truly, incredibly just out of money, not even lying. I really need your support.
Last time we played Amnesia 2 days ago for the premiere, it was the lowest supported stream I had the entire year to this point.
Thanks for everyone who's here. For the very few people who supported, this was the least supported stream I've done all year. I'm pretty sure. I don't think there's been a single stream where it's been this least supported, especially for the attendance. This stream didn't get overwhelming number of viewers. Support, shockingly, the support wasn't great. Because right now, as you can see, attendance is down, support is down, everything's down.
And within 2 streams, people just lost interest completely. People stopped showing up, stopped engaging, like they're not even talking to me when I'm playing the game anymore. And definitely stopped supporting. Besides the fact that I got my daily contribution from 1 Minute Man, who's here pretty much every day to contribute, I made $2 on the Signala stream yesterday. You understand? $2.
I was getting more support on the Zelda streams. I was getting more support on the Diablo streams. I got way more support on my Final Fantasy, and certainly the Street Fighter stream. I don't know what happened at this particular game. For some reason, it was the slowest night ever. I really have no clue. You're telling me that a game that people were asking for a straight month is literally the slowest support stream of the entire year. Not the week, not the month, up until now in 2023. That was the slowest support stream I've had all year. That tells me something. As you can see, we have less than $8 in Super Chat. We had 2 Super Chats totaling less than $10 and 2 Super Chats all night. I don't have member goals anymore. We don't have member rewards. We abolished them. So let's take that members goal, 130. We got 0 members so far today. Please consider becoming a member today. 130 members, not too much to ask for the show. We lost a bunch of memberships. We haven't had many or any gifted memberships at all in June. Basically, since the new slew of games started, all those gifts stagnated and went away, and we haven't seen much of that. You know, I told you, every day I'm like, gee, no members, no members, no members. Every day I'm saying the same thing. And we had 1 membership. You know, we were at 807 members before the break, and it looks like 10 expired during the break. It would be great if we're going to get those back tonight, and back up to 807. A tip would be great. Earlier today, we got around 70 bucks in tips on the first stream. Guys, let me get 1 new member tonight. Just 1. That's all I ask. Here you go. We literally got no new members today in an amazing day of streaming. Give me 1 member, and I'll be happy for tonight. That's all I ask. How about that? 1 person become a member tonight, and I'll be ecstatic. Because I'm upset that we got no members today, and I know we could do better than that. I would really appreciate it if we could either hit our members goal or the tips goal for today. Just 1 of those, I'd be ecstatic and say, wow, we actually were successful today. To hit the tier 1 tips goal, again, not a lot to ask for this show that I do it every week. Literally any tip I get can be put towards a game. It could be put towards a bill. It could be put towards my grocery shopping tomorrow that I'm going to do on my day off. It's really important, all right? So please consider tipping. But guys, we're an hour into the stream. We've only got 2 tips. We're at $5, all right? This is the finale of Resident Evil 4. The end of it. Please support the stream, okay? And right now, I've gotten 1 tip in a whole hour, and that's it. Literally nothing else. No super chats, no memberships, no other tips. 1 singular tip. I think in the first hour, there was a single tip. That was it. Like a single $4 tip or something like that. Thank you for that tip. That was literally the only tip we got during the stream. We had 3 tips totaling $10. Please consider tipping me tonight if you can. Tips are very, very low tonight, and tips were very low at the earlier stream today. Not good. Please, if you at all can, if you want to help me out the most, please tip me. Right now, behind the scenes, there's stuff going on that I don't want to really disclose, but I am completely and utterly strapped for cash. Tonight, a tip would be the best, because I got my day off on Monday, and then after that, I've got major bills coming due. Tips are really slow tonight, and, to be honest, yesterday they were slow too. It would be great if we could get some tips rallying tonight. That would help more, of course, for my day off tomorrow as well. So if you're thinking of contributing tonight and you can tip, please do. That's what I would say would be the best way to contribute, although I'm certainly not looking any kind of a gift horse in the mouth. If you wanted to contribute in any way, it is greatly appreciated. We got 1 hour left. And like I said, guys, we're only at $16 in tips. Like, really, those are funds I can use right away for many, many things, including the cost of games, the cost of, bills coming up, this week. Got grocery shopping. Actually, we need a haircut real bad. Tips, I'm shocked that we only have 58 bucks, especially because this is a long form event I'm doing all day. I thought for sure this would be a situation where people would be, you know, contributing via that way, especially because you get to see like a hat or a vest all day long. It would be great if we could hit at least that hat goal for today. Keep in mind, this is the only stream I did today, and we haven't even made enough tips that would have been like one normal stream. So if we could get just a few more and hit that hat goal, at the very least, that would be somewhere to start. At least I would have had enough. I'm not even kidding you. Right now, I don't even have enough tips to pay for the meal I got. I'm serious. Tips were abysmal. It was $10 a tip, and we had no memberships. Hey guys, we hit $100 of support tonight. I'll wear a vest. I don't think we're hitting that tonight, though. I would say if you guys are liking Promo Trigger, please support the stream in some way. And, you know, tipping is definitely one of those ways. $100 tip tonight from D-Man. D-Man with a $100 tip. The vest is at $150, guys. $150. Okay. I never say vest. I was pretty confident. I never say that. It looks like a $1.50 tip came in. Felix DeMay says, I hope you will feel better for what's going on behind the scenes. Sad to hear when someone isn't feeling good, brings the mood down. Hope you can have a speedy recovery. Thank you. I appreciate that sentiment. That's nice of you. By the way, there's a bigger tipper coming up, which is why I'm not going to pick your name and I'll leave word immediately. There's another person coming up. I also want to give everyone a reminder. We're only at $23 a tip. We're going to hit the tips goal for tonight. We've got quite a ways to go in just an hour to keep the vest streak going. I don't want to make my content about that ever again. I learned from my mistake 3 years ago how it became all about talking about the vest streak and the support in the vest streak. I don't want it to be like that anymore, all right? That's why I'm not going to put vest streak down here on the leaderboard, and we're going to start counting. We're not going to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, I once again, for the 4th straight stream, 4 in a row, I received a $150 tip from James. That's 4 in a row. 6 streams in a row. We have hit the goals. All the goals. The gunner glasses, the hat, and the vest. Just so you guys know, not that this is a major focus because it's not, alright? But we have now reached a
Roar.
streak of, get this,
What's up, guys?
7
I'm Friends of the Killbot, and I'm back with another James Bond video game. In fact, it is the newest James Bond game, even counting the recent GoldenEye remake. This is Bloodstone.
Of all of us who never give up, we have had 8 straight streams this week. That is 8 straight streams.
One of the most interesting things about this game is it's an original storyline.
Thanks to your efforts, everyone. And of course, Jinx with the ginormous tip here. We have had 8 straight streams where we hit all our goals. That is absolutely amazing.
It is official.
There's a few other interesting things you can say about the game, but we're going to leave that for when we're actually playing it. We're going to instead go right into the game. Just like Quantum of Souls, this game has 4 difficulties: Recruit, Field Operative, Agent, and then 007 after you've beaten the game once.
11 straight streams.
Just like before, there's no real advantage to playing on a higher difficulty, so we're going to go with Field Operative.
I think since 2020 when we had the best streak.
Let's get it started.
Beaver Bother, you're permanently banned, and you're not coming back, so don't ask to come back. Within the first 5 minutes of me unbanning you this morning, you literally said, is the best streak continuing? Is Jinx going to be here? Is Jinx going to contribute? Is Jinx? Fuck you. You're gone.
What is the issue if his streams are slow?
Once again, DSP blames the game instead of the way he's playing it. Don't rage quit this game again like you do with so many other games. I quit because I find it's not profitable for my streams. Okay? Now, first of all, even if this were true, what's wrong with that? You have job responsibilities. You have things you're supposed to do to make money, to pay your bills, to have a life. That's why you're at work. You understand? Now, in my case, my job also happens to be, excuse me, I smacked my mic. My job also happens to be my hobby. So I get to mix fun with a job. Someone made a video. And the video was called, This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 2. And this was a playthrough I had done on Metal Gear Solid 2, where I did my usual shtick. And my usual shtick is, oh, I suck at the game. Am it my fault that I suck at the game? Of course not. It's the game's fault. It's Hideo Kojima's fault. So I blame him. I insult him massively during the playthrough. I'm just raging at this game constantly. So literally, my existence, no matter how I react to anything, no matter what I do,
What's
how
up,
I
guys?
play,
I'm
how I
Friends the
respond,
Killbot, and I'm back with another James Bond video game.
to those people.
In fact, it is the newest James Bond game, even
reality,
counting
stuff
the
getting
recent
bigger,
GoldenEye
and
remake.
Sadly, we do
This
live
is
in a society of
Bloodstone.
People who are just ridiculously overly sensitive and get upset about every little thing. It's not fair because I've done absolutely nothing wrong whatsoever. Probably about
One of the most interesting things about this game is it's an original storyline. It's not based on any movie.
Just being honest. Just being completely and utterly honest.
Right now, over 5,000 people have subscribed.
There's a few other interesting things you can say about the game, but we're going to leave that for when we're actually playing it. We're going to instead go right into the game.
Wrong. You don't just get to say and do whatever the fuck you want on this planet.
Just like Quantum of
without
Souls, this game
consequence.
has 4 difficulties: Recruit, Field Operative, Agent, and then 007 after you've beaten the game once.
You know, it's insanely rare.
Just like before, there's no real advantage to playing it on a higher difficulty, so we're going to go with Field Operative.
My
Let's get it started.
actual, factually backed up experience.
What if someone else brings up the streams being slow?
If a stream is slow, fine, but it's not your place to talk about it. It's mine. I'm the one operating the business, not you. It's none of your business to even say anything about that. I'm the one who, if I say, hey guys, could you maybe...
What's up, guys? I'm Friends the Killbot, and I'm back with another James Bond video game.
When you do that,
In fact, it is the newest James Bond game, even counting the recent GoldenEye remake.
Just there to have a good time.
This is
People don't want to
Bloodstone.
advertise to every moment of every stream. I don't want my whole stream to be about that. I don't want everyone on a stream to be talking constantly about income.
One of the most interesting things about this game is it's an original storyline. It's not based on any
Please do
movie.
not make this entire stream about support. All right, please don't. It's not, contribution. Oh, the best thing.
There's a few other interesting things you can say about the game, but we're going to leave that for when we're actually playing it. We're going to instead go right into the game. Just like Quantum of Souls, this game has 4 difficulties: Recruit, Field Operative, Agent, and then 007 after you've beaten the game once. Just like before, there's no real advantage to playing it on a higher difficulty, so we're going to go with Field Operative.
Yes, but to see here on the stream would be hypocritical and be like,
Let's get it started.
tipping to support and then you're not tipping. Here, let me put it this way. Before you say once, oh, you should tip or do a super chat, do it first. That's my job, not yours. It's not your job to sit here and just talk about it all stream, because then it pisses people off. We're here to just relax. So shut up about it. This is my stream. It's my choice if I want to bring up contributions or not. It's totally up to me. I'm the streamer, not you.
How is this reaction doing?
We feel the attack may be imminent. How long until you're on the ground?
Biggest critic of mankind.
We have got 10 minutes. The satellite is picking up suspicious activity in the place. We've got to get a move on.
I started listening to my...
I'm on my way.
Why are you so angry? You got to trade your plans. Head for the hall. You don't want to be anything to me. You got to listen. And I started listening. The standard members are, randomized.
According to our sources, Jake, Gregor has thrown in a group of international terrorists for a suicide mission. The plan is for the attack to coincide
I now have
with the
the
moment they
reaction.
take the group.
I can't much. We tried a lot of things. Threw a lot of things at the wall. I feel like some things have stuck. Some things have not. Reviews have been hit or miss. I started reviewing
business
the last was
is
television.
international
And those
artistry.
reviews did well.
We'd like to
But
see
since
all
that
the
show
hosts,
ended, and I
all the
started
members of the
reviewing
G20
content such as
wiped out in
movies,
one
television
person.
series, they have done so. My review videos struggle to keep 1,000 views. And that's rough for me to watch a whole series. Like I watched all of those some 8 episodes, and then I reviewed it and didn't really get any traction. The thing is, a lot of people are watching the movie. That's not even viable. To watch a new movie, you have to go to the theater. You have to schedule a time to do it outside of my streaming schedule. You have to spend big money on movie tickets and the likes to go see it. So you're talking upwards at a minimum of about
What the fuck, man? Why does this always happen? Let's try this game out and see how it is. I never played 007 Bloodstone. Huh. Why isn't it loading? Stuck. Alright, let's try that again.